Good day and good evening. Actually, good afternoon. And welcome to the MSQ stream with me, Chaiji, but you could just call me Kai. Today, we're doing the MSQ that was added today, and we're doing the Alliance raid. However, before we get into that, there are some other smaller additions that we should talk about briefly. The first one is, if you go to the gold saucer, there's like 8 new glasses that you can get. They just cost them GP. You can also get this emote, which it has an amazing sound and is also hilarious. There is also an emote and 2 more glasses at the achievements guy in Gridania. The emote is the one Globe is showing here, the watering can emote, which as I said in the chat a bit ago, I'm sure is a very bold choice to add in a patch that is predominantly very PvP focused. Remember everyone, it's unsportsmanlike to grief the other players or do things like teabagging and whatnot, and I'm pretty sure that watering them also counts as bad sportsmanship. So there's that. Another thing, and some of you, I'm saying this one because this one could actually matter that you forget. There's 2 things. The first one is new PvP series, meaning new rewards, a new emote, new framers, new minion, new outfit. Remember, there's a daily reset, so if you want that, you have to do it before the daily reset, and again after, to like get a little head start. I haven't done it. I realized that I had forgot like 20 minutes ago, and it's like, we're streaming. I'll just miss that. There's no rush. If you do 1 frontline a day, you will make it just fine. The other thing is new allied society, the Pelu Pelu. And apparently, not only do you get an emote for just meeting them, like just doing the initial quest gives you an emote, but apparently that's where the manatee mount is from. Again, daily reset, so if you just go and do those real quick, you get like an extra set of dailies done, so you can be like, quote unquote, a day ahead. So like, those are worth considering. Aside from that, there's a bunch of job changes. There's a lot of smaller ones that if you check any of my job guides, you'll see that I have updated, I've either added or updated a pinned comment on each guide listing the important highlights, which means, for example, I have not included the invulns are slightly faster to respond now, because that's like a technical thing. It doesn't really, like, it raises more questions than answers. So it's just not worth it. But things like Double Down only costs 1 cartridge now, pretty massive for Gunbreakers. Dark Mind, Dark Missionary, and Heart of Light now reduces physical damage only by 5%, but 5% is more than 0, so pretty massive. Black Mage now has 2 charges on ley lines, as we sort of expected. Despair is instant. Like, those also pretty nice. Flare's cast time being reduced from 4 seconds to 3 seconds is actually a huge change, because it actually means that from level 50, when you get Flare is actually worth using on single target. I'm not 100% sure if it's worth it when you get Fire 4, like to round out an Astral Fire state with Flare. I'm pretty sure it's worth it. Like, it's a little drop compared to Fire 4, but it's still pretty big compared to, you know, Blizzard 3 or Blizzard 4. So it's like still above average value, I would say. But specifically from 50 to 59, finishing an Astral Fire state with Flare is now a damage gain. Of course, it's slightly bigger if you instant cast it, because it's 3 seconds, not 2.5. But it is worth it on single target to just finish every Astral Fire state. That is like a pretty massive change. Is there anything else? Pictomancers zone into zone into duties with their motifs already painted. So no more frantic, like, wait, I need to... No, you don't. And when you wipe and reset, they're good as well. Does this buff the weird air rotation? The rotation where you don't use High Fire and High Blizzard is probably better for this change, yes. Oh, but yes, I'm pretty sure it buffs it, Matthew. On the one hand, it makes the using triple cast on it slightly less lucrative, but I'm pretty sure that Flare having a shorter cast time makes it better. On the other hand, you could also argue that Flare having a shorter cast time also makes the regular rotation better. Where do you get the bottle shake emote from? Gold Saucer. You get the watering can emote from the achievements guy in Gridania. Also true, Armaster. Dragoon got some significant changes. Notably, just quickly, Ninja, Tenchi Jin doesn't require you to stand still anymore. Throwing Dagger got a small potency boost. Dragoon, on the other hand, Piercing Talon got a potency boost, and when you use Elusive Jump, it gets a boost, a little bit similar to... Wait, does another job have this? Similar to Samurai's Yate. And Nastrond is only 1 per Gaishkagul, so that means that the Dragoon burst is a little less frantic. And the... They also buffed Mirage Dive. They buffed Star Cross. Notably, they made Star Cross ranged. I don't know why it wasn't ranged before. It's like, that's a no-brainer. Why was it not ranged? I don't think there's anything else major. Oh yes, Dark Knight, Abyssal Drain. And Carven Spit gets an honorable mention. Carven Spit finally heals. But Abyssal Drain is actually, like, it's only 1, but it's actually stronger than Bloodwetting now. Just for 1 hit, though. Like, it heals per target. As far as I recall, anyway. Unless they changed that. I didn't actually go to test that. If it heals per target, then Abyssal Drain is actually Bloodwetting light. Like, I mean, 1 mega heal every 60 seconds is pretty good. Yeah, Gravity is bigger. White Mage, I just remembered. Got a small damage buff here and there. And Holy is a 1.5 second cast. Holy is a 1.5 second cast now. The new Asylum? Does it look different? I don't feel like it looks different. Is it like a more clear blue line? Is that it? Because I did see that Asylum supposedly has a new visual. Is it this? I guess it's that. I think that's everything. Or everything important. Another thing to note. For anyone who's going to do PvP, today or later, take note that many jobs, many of them, got massively overhauled in PvP. And I would actually argue that nearly all of them has at minimum 1 change, like to the specific job kit. All jobs got at least 1 change, because Purify has a shorter cooldown now, but the immunity effect is slightly shorter. But basically every job got some sort of change in PvP. A notable one that I found very fascinating is that it seems like they recognized that Viper was basically trying to fill the same niche as Ninja. So they kinda changed it. It no longer has this thing with maintaining 2 buffs like it does in PvE. And instead, it's what? Oh, right. It's this one. Instead, its twin blade attack is like a combo lifesteal move. And Ouroboros also lifesteals. Like, there's a few things here and there, but like, that's just one example. It seems like they moved a little bit away from that. Other melee jobs also got more, like, self-healing options, which is pretty good. Anyway, with that said, hey FFXIV, hey Bocage, hey Zaf, hey Matthew, hey Vana'diel, hey Nox, hey Shaq, hey Giraheen, hey Armaster, hey... Did I say hey Nox? I'll do it again. Hey Gazel, hope you're all doing very well. And should we get on with the MSQ then? Also to your question, Clove, I don't know what jobs you like to play. Oh right, but Kaj also mentioned there's the tutorial update. You can also access the tutorial from here now. And also, I love that they lead with this. This is one of the most commonly misunderstood mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV compared to other games, I would say. So it's really good that they lead with this. Thank you for celebrating 13 months as part of the Cult of the Pink, Matthew. Sweet! I wonder if they changed that voice line. But I really like that they added that. Like, of all the things they could lead with, that's actually a good one. In that case, Clove, why don't you try, why don't you... I want to say Black Mage, but I feel like that's mean. You could try Pixelmans and see how it feels to have your motifs just instantly ready. But you could also do Black Mage and try the new things. Anyway... it is a pleasure as always, Caetsu. Have you been able to relax lately? Wonderful. As busy as you have been, with the right of succession among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Tuliolal at a more leisurely pace. Sampling the tacos at Xbalyav Che is one such way to do so. They're made the traditional way and laden with fillings, and are absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner, Brupkivu, will look after you. Thanks. Hey Lana, hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a while. Actually... Oh. I was going to start inviting the group that we're going to do the MSQ dungeon with to party, but I see Sip's already in one. Hey Cat, hope you're doing well. Well, if it isn't Caetsu, alone today, are you? No, Clove is right here. I see. If you have a hankering for tacos, then they're on the house. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help tracking down those treasures. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. Thanks. Oh yeah, there's a tilt when you run. I had forgotten that. Gregarious man. Still love tacos, I hope. You ate so many when you turned 5. You could barely move afterwards, remember that? Oh, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Right. Sorry. It's still strange for me too. Just the other day you were a little boy, clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasulani. And now you're a man grown with a face full of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. You're still family, and you can always rely on me. That must be weird, yes. Relying. That feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. I can't even start a fire without assistance at my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had electrope. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, never felt so embarrassed. I'm sorry to hear that. I'd been told the tales, but it seems life is really different within the dome. My wife and children. I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled, but at this rate... Look, man, you can just live in your each own lives and then just visit. I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever is necessary to make it work. A face full of hair. That's actually a good point. I have a more... my face is more full of hair than him. And I shaved today. I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Tulhyolol. Wow, Wooglamas. Hello. To aid folk like yourself, we've established a support group at the Wing of Reflection. There, you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. A support group. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. That's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek this group out, and I'll bring my family with me. Thank you. EAA, Electrope Addicts Anonymous. Oh, look who it is! I was just about to go and find you, Caetsu. I can already picture how many going... No! I also want to say, I basically predicted this. I claimed, I called it. I said, like, the other day, wouldn't it be funny if instead of the quest going, go and find Wooglamat, the game goes, go and wait here, or talk with this person, and then Wooglamat finds you. I called it. You don't mind the company, I hope? I could use a bite to eat myself. Get your own tacos, then. Nom. It's Taco Tuesday! Ah, the tacos here never disappoint. So, what have you been up to lately? Oh, that's a long story. Oh man, I have a lot of choices here. I've been making a name for myself at the Arcadion. You're fighting in the arena in Alexandria. By facing off against tough opponents, I'd rather you've honed your skills even further. As for myself, I've been kept busy with duties at the palace, but whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people, like now. That way, I can better understand the problems they have and share them with Kona to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Kona and I have something we want to discuss with you, as Dawn servants. Do you have time to come to the palace? You have this dungeon you need to complete. Great, I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you've finished here. I had an option you guys didn't have? Did you see which one it was? By the way, can I invite you, Erdel and Sip? I see you're still in a party. I actually didn't read all 5 options. I should have done that. I expected that most people had all 5, so it's just like, eh. But if you saw which 4 you had, you can easily rewind the stream and check which ones I had. Oh yeah, the party ordering thing, you can do this. It's actually really obvious. Ding, and then you can just drag. Why am I running the entire way? I'm being an idiot. Why Chubeki Meki? Oh, right, because I did all of the crafter quests. Then I'm sure Vana'diel also had all of them. Landsguard Gatekeeper. Hello. Mistress Caetsu, it's always an honor. Wow Kuna has stepped away to attend to a pressing matter, but he should join you within before long. Ignore Vuklamat. She can't let you in. It has to be me. Also, for some reason, I'm holding an axe that is eerily identical to the one Vuklamat usually uses. Isn't that strange? Ain't that weird? What? Is he locking out Black Mage in his party finders? What? I'm a little confused right now. Oh, you're all here too. Wow, Kuhn had summoned us. Though, if truth be told, Alfner and I have been seeing him quite regularly of late. Oh, Gatekeeper! Oh! He's also done the level 91 dungeon. Is that X from there? Oh! Now it all makes more sense. Wow. He asked us to share our knowledge of Hannish culture, you see, in hopes of further strengthening your alliance. We are, of course, happy to oblige him. Kryl and I were likewise summoned, otherwise we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. Lest you wonder, Thancred and Urianger have left to resume their tour of Tural. Oh, good for them. Stola, meanwhile, is back to researching cross-rift travel. She was here just a few days ago to get Kuna's permission to investigate living memory. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. No, it's my key! It's mine! If the look she had in her eyes was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You're like to be stuck with her for a while. You remember the hourglass thing we got at the end of Interforce, FFXIV? As for Estinian, we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never change. Surprise! It's Kuna. It would have been pretty funny if it was Estinian instead. Excuse me, were we standing in a perfect circle with one empty space? That's ridiculous. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. Catch up? So, what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. Well, you see, I was actually thinking of doing a dungeon, and now we're like 8 or something. So this is a problem. Now we have to make 2 groups. The matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alexandria. It's more like a diamond formation. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Sphene. King Gulool Ja and his administration have invited us to attend. Oh. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yazolani, I see no reason not to attend. For generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have funeral rites still. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed we have to deal with death, everyone. It's alright, though. I found a paper. A very old one. So what you're going to need is 5 torches on branches. Does anyone know what a branch is? No? Does anyone know what an open flame is? No? This is going to be a little hard then. Anyway. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the queen be thus honored. Oh, I know, Bocage. I'm just trying to be funny. Does anyone know how to make an open flame? Leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Though Sphene was but a simulacrum, she was nonetheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. Exactly, Nox. Meanwhile, the people of Alexandria are like, can we just use Electrobe? Indeed, a funeral will give Alexandrians a chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I've decided to go. Not only to be there for Gulool Ja, but to put this chapter behind us. That I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wished to attend the funeral. You knew Sphene as well, after all. That would be inappropriate. Sometimes I wonder if there wasn't another way. Yeah, exactly, Cat. Surely Electrobe could produce an open flame. I'm pretty sure we've seen that happen. I'm pretty sure that's how that flame slash works. You and me both, but we made our choices and are responsible for what comes of them. As vow, I'll attend the funeral in an official capacity. I owe it to the Alexandrian people to bear witness to their grief. I'd like it if you could be there to watch over everything, like you did all through the rite of succession. I can go to the funeral, but then I need to farm her for the wings. I feel the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of our beloved ruler. It's only right we remember who Sphene was, to her people and to others, so let us stand with you. Then it's decided. Let's head to Solution 9 and look for Gulool Ja in the back room. Well, I'm pretty sure that's how the Brute Bomber does his thing. Well, maybe in the arena, but the Brute Bomber himself literally produces the flames with the soul that he uses. Like, that's the reason why Wicked Thunder is special, because she employs Electrobe, and also she uses a soul thing. For a second, I thought it said cross rooms. Hey, Agent Monica, hope you're doing well. Title card. I thought Electrobe was the soul thing. No, so Electrobe is the material that basically everything in Solution 9 works on. That's Electrobe, this is Electrobe, that's Electrobe, that's Electrobe. Most of that is Electrobe. The soul thing is something else. Do not remember what it is called though. Even survival experts will go, it's good to know how to start fire, but preferably you'll have a lighter with you. You head into the back room. Why are you still hiding in there? Still no voice acting. Well...
Ah, you came for the funeral.
Of course. I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. So, how have you been? It's been a while since my last visit.
I'm good. Shale is always teaching me new things. Recently, I've learned about Everkeep systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly.
Studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I brought you Caetsu au chocolat. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it.
Thank you, Lamachi, and thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here.
Oh boy, hopefully you'll not come to many of them in your life. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to the departed. It's much the same here according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Oh, nice. Can lizards eat chocolate? Hopefully. Considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, wouldn't you say? And I can't have the chocolate cake. I can have a pizza. Or pie. Or juice, but I can't have chocolate. I'll take the $500, thank you. Exactly, FFXIV. Thanks, money. Cool.
The flowers are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now.
We'll join you. There's a man I would like to speak with, Gozan. He was apparently Sphene's aide, and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go. Tasty kill. Oh man, imagine. Imagine if it was 500k. Alright, Shaq, enjoy work. Or at least try to. I'm just getting jetpacked by a cat every few seconds. Why, you're... I'm Vau Vuglamat of Tuliholal. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen Sphene's funeral. We are honored, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. I am Gozan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I've been responsible for administering affairs of state. I'm also wearing like a Scalic tank top. Actually, I'm wearing the whole outfit. Technically, given the coloring, I'm probably wearing the Endwalker recolor set. You know what I mean. Actually, I'm pretty sure this is a maiming set, come to think of it.
Can we get our flowers here?
Yes, your majesty. The flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder, alongside the regulators.
What?
We need to wear regulators for the funeral? Rest assured they are not a requirement. We are aware your people do not use them. You see, people in the Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their persons when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. We've yet to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as we're able. I see. Yet, regulators or no, the important thing is that we remember Queen Sphene. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. I will. The proceedings will soon begin in this plaza. Please take your place once you have your flower. We haven't produced the regulators for everyone, but we're starting anyway. Exactly, Nox. That was what I was thinking. If the quests just go, would you like 2 pizzas, 2 pies, 2 juice, like 2 bottles of juice, or 500,000 gil? Yeah, I'll take the money, please. They added a tutorial for weekly reward limits with the new alliance raid. Was there never such a thing before? Weird. I'm pretty sure that... Wait. I'm pretty sure that option always was the Agent Monica, but they just made it automatic a bit. Is this voice acted? Elves.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies? You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together.
Did she now?
Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better, for ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we must. We will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us.
Is this like one of those giants from, what are they called again? Those pauses are like 1 second longer than they need to be, it feels like.
So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow. Would that I could find solace in my own words.
Oof. Unrealistic, they wouldn't every year of that head accessory. Maybe they would. Doesn't get in the way of their ears. No flower from you? Oh. I have it in my back pocket. It's a little crumpled. Yep.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down.
Wow! That's a bright hoodie! Whoa! Did they forget to fill it in? Or is that meant to look like that?
But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
I like it when my head is backlit.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
Yes. Probably, possibly, maybe.
What will happen indeed? Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
Caetsu, now that's the power of Electrope. Glow in the dark hoodies.
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future of our realm.
Maybe you would, or maybe you wouldn't. Consider the following. You know why things aren't doing as well right now, because you know that Queen Sphene is missing. Consider instead, if you didn't know why things weren't super well, because you don't know who's missing, you might instead go, oh, everything sucks. It's probably always sucked. Because you don't know why it sucks.
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die.
Nox, I was exactly thinking about something like that. Wuglabat just walks over and then kneels down, wave, casually approach child. And then just kneel all the way down. This is, however, very serious and important, I guess. I would say.
It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that.
I mean, you can look up at the monitor, then you can see her. I'll talk with her, that's a different story.
I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Gulool Ja?
I was wondering, is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead? I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
Gulool Ja.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
No, I think this is the perfect place to have this conversation. What's the problem? Yeah, let's continue this without voice acting. I'm sure the regulators, like the bars moving, are supposed to be like, you know, vitals or something, connection, whatnot. But every time I see them like close up, where they're quietly moving, all I can envision is that it's like, you know, it's like music, just just playing. You know what I mean? Like that's all I can envision with that. Yeah, that is about right, Bokaj. How does a society that doesn't know grief deal with grief?
Hey Gulool Ja, do you really know nothing at all about your mother? Jail searched the system for information on residents, but the only Mamulja she found listed were my father and me. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any other way about it.
Do you want to know your mother?
I think so. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know her. So I want to try looking again, and if I don't find anything this time, I'll give up.
Oh. One more time. And that's it.
I see. Well, if that's what you want. Then I'll help you. I'd like to help as well, and I believe I speak for the others too.
Do you believe that?
But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral.
We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet.
Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we are bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. Okay. Alright. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, approximately 500 gil. Thanks. Assuming neither memories nor records of Gulool Ja's mother remain, we must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Scooby and Shaggy, you'll go that way. And me and the ladies will go this way. Wait, wrong story. Caetsu, if you could make inquiries outside in the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. I wonder how much each individual gil weighs. I hope, for the sake of my character's back, that we've gone over to like digital currency or something. Because it doesn't really matter how much they weigh. If they weigh more than nothing, I have a problem. A person! A fresh-faced Tonowauta! You're looking for a Mamulja woman? Oh, Gulool Ja's mother. Can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zoralja, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, a Tural Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Gulool Ja assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear of the king's feat in the past. Your exchange with the fresh-faced Tonawauta has told you about a battle with the Tural Vidral. Oh, there. Shadi Shatoda. Hello.
I'm a Gulool Ja woman. Their people have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tuliolal after their mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us.
That's extremely long ago, and you just like that random nugget of information you just happen to remember. That's amazing. That is actually pretty impressive. Oh yeah, there was this one time like 30 years ago where there was this singular Gulool Ja woman in like a visiting Landsguard that just happened to be here. Chitona are very long lived. Yeah. That makes it even more impressive, Nox. Imagine how many things she must have that she's remembering, and then she just has that on top. What's a withdrawal? Valley Amanda is a Tural withdrawal. Sorry, but I've never heard of a Gulool Ja woman living in these parts, much less one connected to Gulool Ja. You might have better luck talking to the people over at Tonawauta settlement to the north of Everkeep, in a place called Uweyawata. The Brazilian son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another, or so the story goes. If I remember correctly, that chief's name was Caniloca. Limen da vida Caniloca. Cat says, I'd remember if a talking lizard lady visited me. Yeah, but in this region, that has to be normal, right? Hello? Get into the back room? Yes. Did we find out about a single lizard woman? No, we just found out that there was a higher probability that another place knew better. And we're like, well, if no one knows anything here and you're saying that someone might know further north, maybe that's what we'll do. That's what I got out of it anyway.
Gulool Ja has told me all. We've previously tried to track down records of his mother, but came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time.
Let's see. Notes concerning a Gulool Ja woman who belonged to the Landsguard. Notes concerning a settlement located in Uweyawata, whose people are said to be fiercely loyal to their king. Notes concerning a battle between Gulool Ja and a mighty beast which occurred in Yazalani.
So you spoke with quite a few different people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw.
Single lizard woman in my area.
So, Gulool Ja brought a retinue of Landsguards to Yazalani, among whom was a female Gulool Ja. His mission was to rid the region of a Tural Vidral, and I believe it's safe to say that was the crisis in Uweyawata he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. We also heard stories about the settlement in Uweyawata. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Gulool Ja made regular visits.
Oh.
If he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal, and if this Gulool Ja woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact.
I see, but what could Gulool Ja have been doing in that village? I think what you're trying to say, Shayla, what you should be saying is who, not what. But anyway, let's continue. I think we can answer that question. Yeah, you think, Kryle? In order to retrace Gulool Ja's steps, Ra and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Origenics. He said that approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep, per the King's direct order. This is the first time I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the King's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn. There's plenty to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So if we look into transportation records... There it is. Oh, that was easy. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Yuiwata, far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned. Oh.
Do you think that's where my mother was?
We can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance.
This is amazing! Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure all of this out.
Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. I'm telling you, if I had like a VPN sponsorship or something right now, this would have been the perfect opportunity to just smash cut to that. Ah, you'll be able to track down people because you always leave a footprint. Unless you use a VPN, then maybe not. The keyword is maybe, because you still leave a footprint. But a VPN would have you think otherwise. A lesson I learned in another life. So we'll be investigating this secret facility in Yuiwata then. And this time, I want you to come along, Gulool Ja. Is that a good idea? What job is he playing? Yuiwata is on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo from the Drift Downs.
Alright, thank you, Shale.
He plays child. Thank you, Vana'diel. I'm just saying, Giraheen, when they like line it up for me that easily, then I'm at least going to try to be subtle about it. But you gotta slam that one. I don't know if it's dungeon time yet, but I'm pretty sure the dungeon was called Yuiwata Station. Zav says DPS needed for MSQ raids and a realm, alliance raids. Well, raids make sense. Since they removed the weekly lockout on everything except in the blade, they don't really have much reason to do 1, 2, 3 unless you're farming tokens.
So the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before.
It's still inside the dome, so I don't expect it'll be too different from here. We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. You follow when it's safe to do so, alright?
Alright, be careful everyone.
So who's staying with him? Does he just go alone? I just want to see. For a second, I thought it was saying LSA was healing. For just a second, I was like, wait a minute. Just as a little, I guess, mini fair warning, quote unquote, consider that this is the item level requirement, and this is what 3 of us are going with. So if you're going, this looks really easy, and it just as a possibility, if you go, this looks really easy, it's probably an item level thing. It's also a possibility that it's actually really hard. Which would be absolutely hilarious. I mean, you still have like... I'm thinking you still have like something like 715, right? That's still like 25 item levels over the requirement. Imagine not being able to differentiate red Alphinaud and blue Alphinaud by the haircut. Well, it took me a second. Wee! 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 Meow. I didn't mean to do that, but now I have inner release apparently. I've been playing too much Paladin recently. When's the solo attempt? Eventually. But that is a good point. I should keep an eye out on things that might be a problem on solo. What's that keybind on Paladin? I believe Shift 6, which was what I was trying to press, but instead I pressed just 6. Shift 6 is provoke on my Paladin. Thank you, Gureen. Axe Beak. Also, Electro Golem. So does that have Electrobe in it? Electrobe in every bite. Try new Electro Golem. Boink. Boss time? Boss time. It's... What is that? It's not what I expected. It is, It's heavy. The cat? Ah. Raid wide. Is it from Final Fantasy IX? Gore? It's goring that way? Caber Toss. Okay, that means it's going to throw that? This feels like M4S a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. Another one. Okay, this mechanic is actually really cool. Ads! More ads! Take this! Whoops. Even more ads! I can see this being a problem solo. Because it looked like their bars filled reasonably quickly. Blap. Okay, so looking over this, the boss will at most do that caper toss mechanic 4 times. That matters because the fight will probably take long enough for 4 of them to be relevant. Do we want to read this? Wait, where's Vana'diel? Oh yeah, Lindblom, that's true. While His Majesty's Zoology is not the first to conceive of transferring a beast's soul into a person's body, safety and ethical concerns have ensured no earnest attempts have been made to date. Yet our king believes that there is no greater evil than to hinder the potential of man, and so he has ordered us to make this conception a reality. He would bolster our military might and break through into the outside world. If our research will further this ambition, then perhaps it is worth pursuing. Oh. There's another research note here. Excuse me? Zombies! Zombies! Rotten researchers! I think something went horribly wrong in this place. Should we go back for the research note? That way we get all of the information as we go through. I'm sorry, it totally wrecks DPS rotations to do this. I know. Our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results. Even when stripped of memories, a feral soul can induce psychological instability in the subject. I suspect this is because primal instincts remain, and while a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, and I dare say welcomed, too many such souls can lead to physical mutations. For now, our objective shall be to determine the threshold beyond which a body is at risk of uncontrolled mutation. Research be like, please single pull? No. Also, Gulool Ja, are you sure that you should be this close to the front? Another research note. Look, guys, it's not a giant corpse. It's a giant corpse. Oh, that's what's feeling so weird. I'm like, it feels like almost like I'm lagging or something, like this, or not. Like it felt like something was off. The thing that's off is that chaotic cyclones' damage numbers are appearing faster because they reduced the the response time on it. The rate of transfiguration may be dictated by the potency of the soul consumed. We've experimented with fiends of great power, but mutations were observed after the infusion of merely a single soul. No better was this phenomenon illustrated than with poor Atticus. His body was altered irreparably, and he lost all capacity for rational thought. While the primary objective of this research was to utilize the soul of a Tural Vidral, I struggle to see a path forward. An alternative approach must be considered. Lawful cyclone. What's this? Oh. Another research note! If the source of our failures thus far has been the inability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process? By purging a beast of its memories and infusing it with a man's soul, one still possessed of its own memories, we stand to gain absolute control over a vessel of great power. My subordinate, who first proposed this brilliant hypothesis, shall have the honor of being the first to transcend our meager limits. I must prepare his soul for extraction at once. That is incredibly ironic. Hey, I have an idea, guys. What if we took man's soul and put it into a beast instead? Great idea, Jones! You'll be the test subject. Wait, no. They're using the, what's it called? That demon that sits on a ball? That rig? He is also sitting on a ball! Oh. Starting with a tank buster. Do you do a raid wide second then? Or was that it? Free spirits? That sounds... Whoa. They're getting quite crazy with the weird telegraphs now in Dawntrail. Donut AoE. And also goop. This is going to be fun with randoms, I'm sure. My inner release, mate? Okay, this is... That's an interesting mechanic. What? What? Why? What killed you? What happened? Were you completely out to the edge? I'm going to wipe it. Also stack marker. I might be able to solo that, but I don't think this is the right way to do it the first time. We could still act while we had the spinning cursor, so I'll save Shake It Off for that. Yep, Vuln stacks might be pretty painful. Remember, there's going to be the very tight spread markers. In a bit. He's going to be untargetable in a moment, so just hold the 1 minute burst. How much damage did that do, Aradel? Because it looked like everyone took 0 damage, and then Aradel took basically infinite damage. So I guess it's you have to go out and touch the wall. That is interesting. I would actually guess, based on how little damage you take from the goop on the floor, that if you're having trouble making it to the edge, you could just make a dash for it. Like just sprint through the goop, because because it's better to just take some damage than all the damage. So there's the slowness of the spinning cursor is what trips me up. Agent Monica says it's that mechanic from the Fall Guys event. The cursor? Well, in fairness, the cursor came from something before that. That's an interesting mechanic, but very brutal. And don't worry about it, Aradel. I think we got good data on the mechanic. Like, I went all the way to the edge because I had nothing better to do. But I could totally picture others just going, I'll just go halfway, that's probably fine, right? It's just a proximity AoE. You know, casual duty. Surely it's not that bad. Smash cut to instant death. That's good to know. I have a feeling that's going to be real fun with randoms. A mechanic that is a little tight and simultaneously is a all or nothing kind of mechanic, where if you don't get it right, you just die. The Elden Ring zone? Oh, loot. Nox says it would be funny if that mechanic always does the same pattern. Whoa, they actually hit really hard. Sorry about that. To me, it looked like they did the exact same pattern. Like, the pattern I had to go through was the exact same both times. So it might be, like, a specific singular pattern. Which, you know, good news. It means that you can master that. It's also possible that there's, like, 3 patterns. Like with Tender Valley, whereas like there's not that many patterns, so it feels like there's almost only one, because you keep seeing the same thing over and over. I can't remember if it was Rabanastra that did it first, Ilana. But yeah, indeed. That one goes a lot faster. It's using the same rig as Protocarby. Now you know why Kabi's bounce around like that. The ultimate form. We finally found Bunyu. I'm guessing that's going to be... That would have been my second guess. It's actually a continuous cleave, like Proto Kabi does on Savage. So you have to step out and stay out. Leperine Loaf. Okay. Donut AoE. And... Oh, that reminds me of Cinder Drift. Yes, that is Cinder Drift. That's straight up out of Cinder Drift. It's just Ruby weapon mechanic. Coming over here. What? Bleh. You know, when people started making jokes that they were lifting mechanics straight out of Savage raids, old Savage raids, I think you're right. What? Did it summon worms? How about some more worms? Uh-oh. That's a really long mechanic. What? Oh, it had to jump out of it. That was a bold ethereal manipulation. It's also attacking me at range. Oh, it's using the abandon thing where positionals don't... That's the half-room cleave. Half-room cleave. This is ridiculous. Stack marker? It's a rabbit hole. What? Yes, I suppose so. This is a... Is this a very small arena or a very big arena? Opinions? Does it count when the boss has, like, poked out the majority of the arena? No, I could understand that, Zap. I almost stepped into it just by, like, habit of, oh, it's safe now that the mechanic is over. The other way. Ah, run! Ow. That's a crazy fight in a dungeon. What? All right, the hole. That's crazy. Do we go in the hole? Is that going to be MSQ relevant? Dungeon is going to be wild. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be crazy, especially the small amount of space you have here and the second boss with the very tight spread markers and then the spinning cursor. I enjoyed the dungeon. That was amazing. And it was reasonably challenging, even with a huge item level advantage. Sip says in game, will the bad players be okay with that dungeon? Before this patch, there's been a lot of players complaining that Dawntrail dungeons are too hard. I would say this is probably the hardest of the Dawntrail dungeons so far. I would say this is probably the hardest one. And that is considering Ghost Park, because the first boss is like... I feel like that would be second place. I thought the bad players were stuck in Dawntrail. You know, that is a good point. They'll have a hard time reaching this. I'm kidding, of
For
course.
all the talk of my brother felling this beast, he only imprisoned it, like Valley Armanda.
Oops. Yeah, that's true, Aerodel.
From what I could tell, they sought to transfer people's souls and memories into bestial vessels at that facility.
Is it a possibility that isn't the Tyrol Vidral, but rather what became of it when a man was put in it?
The Tyrol Vidral explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject.
Or is it the Tyrol? Why is it breathing? Did we not kill it? It's breathing.
Though I expect Gulool Ja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
Why is the fur braided? That too. Ow. Who did that? I guess we'll know now. Smash cut to someone braiding the fur hair. Oh, there he is.
And so, in order to prevent the breakdown of the individual, I instead seek to transfer their soul into the body of the beast.
This would allow one to wield the power of a Tyrol Vidral.
In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed of mechanical soldiers.
Very well. Recruit volunteers and begin at once.
Volunteers.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory and see to the necessary preparations.
So, you've given him permission?
Gulool Ja, you will assist Kaniloka. As one of the Landsguard's finest chirurgeons, your knowledge may be of use in his experiments. You will also watch him closely. In what you learn, you will report to me. You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome or expand beyond it, we require great power. But with no one to rely upon, we must take that power for ourselves, even if the means are questionable. I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliyollal. That I believed would forever be beyond me. That it was foolish to covet. But here and now, it is close. So very, very close.
Perform your duty to my satisfaction, and anything you desire is yours. That which I seek does not lie within this dome. Here, I cannot prove the miracle. But if what you seek is at hand, then you may claim it, for it has no value to me.
All I ever wanted was to what, Suzaku? To what Oh.
Are you alright?
By the way, we saw it from that.
Hsar. Could she be my mother?
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamulja lived in the Yasulani. I can't imagine many other Ubiko women were trapped in the dome. That being the case, she could well be the one.
This observatory Kaniloka returned to, could it not be part of the research facility? We might learn something about Hsar there.
That's where we're going next then.
Lizard Lady Fantasia into Bunny. Yeah, that would be pretty funny if that's what happened. Also really sad. Oh yeah, about your mother. You remember the bunny thing we fought earlier? Yeah.
I wish I could see into the past like you. Then I could see people who are gone. Because there aren't any other Mamulja women here. For a long time I couldn't even imagine what my mother looked like. But when I visited Tuliyollal and saw some, I was finally able to picture her in my mind. And one day, I hope to see what she actually looked like as well.
Oh boy. Oh me, oh my. Spell speed, I guess. Yeah, so Gulool Ja, we got good news and bad news. We know what your mother looks like. We also know where she is. She's very close. How else would you see that memory? Yeah, exactly, Cat. But I'm just shocked that it didn't involve more like tornado sounds.
While we are discerning the purpose of the research conducted here, the trace of it that remain might afford us greater insight into what came of it. Let us take a look around, for information as well as a way to the upper level.
Hey Marcus, hope you're doing well. I'd say it's pretty good. The dungeon is great. Whee! Yeah, the good news, you met her. The bad news, you remember what we did to your father? Yeah.
A lift can be seen behind the wrought iron gate. As sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist attempts to force it open.
The security panel is nearby. Perhaps our verification key will open the way. And you're just going to stand there and wait for me to find it, aren't you? Thank you for joining, FFXIV. They're recruiting volunteers for a new experiment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was... They wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. Can write good, yes. I am good. Very good. Getting hard to control strength. Today bit offhand of feeder. Cannot help it. So strong. Hungry. Always hungry. Cannot control. Eat. I must eat. Am eater must eat. Find nothing that resembles a verification key. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. Yeah. Pretty nice that he kept up on the diary while being so hungry. Very dedicated writer. Supplies of the staff are neatly arranged within the cabinet. Among various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You dig deeper. And find a verification key. Perhaps it can be used to open the iron gate. Oh. Wee. 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 Am eater must eat. Eat. Fight. Eat. Fight. I want to check something. Actually, never mind. You found the key? Great. I'll call the others. Yeah, you didn't help at all, Alizé. There's also info on the north side. Ah, right. I wasn't sure. Seems the key can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we go. I'll go back if it lets me. Otherwise, we're just kind of continuing forward. I think it won't let me go back. But we'll see. So this is the observatory. I didn't expect it to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple that held Valigamanda. All the machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even in emergencies. The warnings indicate various anomalies related to the seal's failure. Most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. Right then, let's see if we can find some clues about Gulool Ja's mother. I think I can use this terminal. Shale taught me how. Of course the child can use the touchpad. There's so much data. I think they accidentally a word. I don't what we should look at. Adult says it's just a lead researcher being impressed with the progress of the second and third boss before they turned. You find this on their mangled body. So does that mean that the third boss was indeed a Tyrol Vidral with a person's soul in it? Perhaps we can narrow down the search by inputting the name Hsar. Hsar. Beep 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 boop, beep boop beep. Beep boop beep boop beep boop. Very convenient that all of the buttons you need to press are about this far between each other. Ah, it brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Dead. Hsar, Administrator of Experimental Treatments, Research Logs.
This sounds good, doesn't it? Chances are the data is encrypted, and even if not, it will take considerable time to go through it all. Then let us take it with us to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Did you bring a USB stick or something? Agreed. Can we use your earring? Alright, I'll transfer to this storage device I brought.
Oh, you brought one, of course. The child brought one. All the adults that don't know anything about computers. And then the child is like, I know what to do.
There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way here, everyone. If you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. It was a fruitful adventure for the both of us.
Sometime in patch 13.0, Gulool Ja is like Hacker Man joining us on various adventures. And here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. But first things first, let us deliver the data to Shale.
Shale.
iPad baby Gulool Ja to the rescue, yeah, exactly. Look, it's Monday morning. No, it isn't.
Welcome back. Gulool Ja has already given me the storage device. Excellent. There looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything.
Okay.
In that case, Alice and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people. Hi, their mood has us a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Understood. I'll let you know as soon as I've finished my work. Thank you. We'll see you again soon.
Alice isn't wrong. The mood out there is still grim. Some of the Terali remember a time before they were dependent on the soul system, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. With good reason, too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who've grown old. That's why it's mostly been younger folk who've been leaving for Tyrol, ones with no elders to care for.
Word of that problem has reached us in Tuliolal. My brother is doing all he can to see the Zaktural Railroad restored to operation, so that people may come and go more freely. Unfortunately, the tracks only go as far as Vanguard, so some traveling by foot will still be necessary. Even so, the railroad would make things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Kuna seemed reluctant to make promises. But while Shale's working on the data, we could go and see the state of it for ourselves. To Shaloni Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Kuna informed.
I'm sitting here like, couldn't they just, I don't know, like build more railroad? Like, couldn't they just continue, like remake the railroad? It was there before. Couldn't they fix it? Although there is something hilarious about like an old steam train going to the futuristic space city. Wow of resolve, and Caetsu Chaiji to boot. What can I do you for?
We're hoping for some good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tyrol that can't make the journey on foot.
I see. As it happens, the Vow of Reason is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Scratch deep on his way. You've changed. Clothes? Did our little Bonbon finally outgrow his old clothes? I'm going to say the other thing. Looking good, Erinville! As the guild ship has officially approved my transition from cleaner to independent contractor, I was in need of more befitting attire. You're here about the railroad too. It was in part for my sake that the original Dawntrail was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which, I assume Lamachi has explained the growing urgency of the need. What have you to report? The new locomotive was on track for completion, but we're having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a manner of speaking. You see, when we used the Dawnblazers to get into the dome, urgency outweighed all other considerations, but now we're back to our original problem. How to run the railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of Hsar. That is the ronic, though the Hsar that follow them are none too pleased about their Caetsu being spooked by the noise of the locomotive either. The solution I've devised to quieten the railroad should address that complaint. But a silent train presents a different danger. The ronic will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. And I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them? A little panic and be put off their grazing again. Weren't the railroads plotted to avoid the ronic's preferred grazing areas, though? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place. The ronic's grazing patterns have shifted since the tracks were laid. I'm not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Hsar for their insight. As a major proponent of the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear what the Hsar have to say about it. They are the ones most affected, after all. I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Huato. The rest of you can accompany us to the Hsar encampment if you like. It's weird how every time we go to Shaloni, it feels like the B plot. Was it just me? Vow of resolve, vow of reason. I bid you welcome to our camp, but what brings you all the way to Hsar? I thank you for seeing us. Our visit concerns the matter of the Dawntrail Railroad. And then Kuna explained the whole thing once again. And we return after the ad break with after Kuna has explained everything. You too have noted the ronic's unexpected change in behavior then. My son, Geppetto, has been Geppetto? has been looking into this matter. Geppetto? Normally, we'd expect the ronic to keep to their favorite grounds nearby for a while yet, and despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of the grazing in... Are you kidding me? Pyarioanan and Yavtanane. Yet they refuse to keep to where they usually would, instead pushing westward toward your railroad. I certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. As any true Hsar would, I suppose. As you may have surmised, I am of Hsar descent. My parents traveled with the ronic as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a babe, you see, during such a migration. One of many sacrifices necessitated by a nomadic lifestyle, I'm forced to assume. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tulicholo's market, and that is where the Dawn Servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. I feel like we're going a little sidetrack. A little sidetracking here. going on? Time for my entire life story. Truly, I've never heard of the ronic choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision. Nor of any Hsar willingly leaving their own flesh and blood behind. There must have been some exceptional circumstance. I cannot say. The idea of following in their footsteps that I might better make excuses for their actions never much appealed to me. But if they had good reason, would you want to know? Wouldn't you want to know? At college, the professor starts talking, the screen goes black, and then it's over. As is often the case, you're correct. Thank you. I thought of this all by myself. The game didn't give me the option. I just thought of it. Though my discomfort with the Hsar way may arise from fear of reopening old wounds rather than blind fervor for innovation, it would nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And to refuse to learn one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor Dawn servant indeed. Please, teach me of the ronic and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind. We would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around. They are not allowed to hear this. Will you learn of Hsar culture with me? I should like to approach this with the fervent curiosity that you and my sister share, but it would be useful to know whether I am doing it correctly. Then it's settled. You'll learn more of the ronic, and we'll have a look around the plains, and perhaps in the process we'll find the answers we seek. Right, guys? The quickest way to learn about our way of life is to do as we do. I hope you're not above manual labor. Oh boy, this again. I'm not the most experienced, I'm ashamed to admit, but I shall put forth every effort. That's all we ask. Take these tools. One at a time. Now, introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. I'll teach you of the ronic ways. Ask that guy over there. Okay. Let us meet back here later to share what we've learned. I'm afraid I've finished with my task for the time being, but since you're so eager to learn about our way of life, why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? If you're here, you likely already know that the ronic are our Hsar, our guides, that we travel with through the turning of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands with all we need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes the herd splits into two, bound for different paths. On those occasions, we Hsar must also part with half of our number. You may think it a strange and stressful custom, but over the years it has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizons as a people. This, too, is the wisdom of the Hsar. How do they choose who goes which way? Oh, this won't do. The wind will go right through it, and me without my needle and sinew. A box containing bone needles, sinew, scraps of hide, and other helpful mending accoutrement. I don't know, Marcus. Listen, they're following the ronics, so the ronic pack split in two, and then it's just like half of the tribe has to go with half of the ronic of those ronic, like all of those ronics, and the other half has to go with those. How do you decide who goes where? Or do you mean then you spin a compass and then you just decide? But isn't that likely to mean not half goes one way? Oh, these are precisely what I needed. I should be able to patch up the covering now. Oh look, I made money. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Fortunately, the ronic hide they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry. You know, there's some incredibly funny about the fact that they just follow the ronic around, but they also eat the ronic, from what I can tell. If they have ronic hides. So it's like lions just making camp next to where the antelopes hang out or whatever. And whenever the antelopes move, the lions just like stand up and move so that they're right next to them all the time. Like, what are you doing? We're just hanging out. Don't worry about us.
You're learning about the Hsar way of life, are you? I may have a thing or two to share, but rather than talk your ear off, let me test your powers of deduction. I find answers much easier to recall if I arrived at them myself. Our Hsar provide us with something that we use in medicines. Poultices and soap to drive away pests and to sustain our fires. What is it?
Is it tongue again? I have to say that one.
It sounds like there's a story there, but that is indeed the correct answer. We've discovered myriad uses for ronic chips over time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hsar always provide.
Quite literally.
Sounds like there's a story there.
We're talking with the actual ronic. What will you say? As you stroke the ronic's coat, you note that many portions are shaggy and tangled. This one's fur is a bit overgrown, but a good brushing should thin it out. Would you like to give it a try? You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. A comb of the type you used to would get lost in the tangle, like as not. A sturdy brush suitable for grooming even the fluffiest of ronic. Caetsu sent a ronic brush with you, did he? I like him. Now, just run it through one little patch at a time, gently. I'm doing 2 patches at a time. You dutifully brush the ronic until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now. Though the same cannot be said for your clothes, which have acquired a new coat of their own. Well done. Well done. With less excess fur, our friend here will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat and less susceptible to illness. A combed coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries, should the need arise. I returned!
You smell of the grass and the wind. Thanks. Which is a good thing, I promise. You could nearly be mistaken for one of us, and with the horns of a ronic to boot.
Excuse me?
I have to wonder how Vaokuna is getting on. I assumed he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but it seems his wish to understand us was sincere.
Does he say that thing with the horns of a ronic to everyone? Vana'diel? Sip? Comments?
There he is now.
Apologies for my tardiness. I was tasked with grazing the ronic and ended up rather far afield. I found myself wandering hither and thither at my companion's inclination. To force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate. But how was your own work? Have you anything to share? Said something about an adventurous returner for me. Oh. Hsar life revolves around the ronic, but in turn the people receive all they need. The ronic are treasured members of this community, as important as family. Except when they use their hides. Indeed, the ronic provide for the Hsar, and in turn the Hsar are good to the ronic, just as family should be. Mine is not the only way, though at times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. My parents had a duty to the ronic, as they did to me, and so I wonder if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act as I once believed. I have no way to know, of course, and regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We are here in service of the people of Tyrol, after all. Nevertheless, I thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. I will endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hsar are concerned. I'm glad to hear that, Valkuna. You're welcome among our herd anytime. For Ellison, they say we're like us, but a bit on the lean side. Yeah, I suppose so. Oh man, banana blend. Roast family member. And jelly. There's something incredibly hilarious about them being like, oh yes, they're family members, and then they're like, right, thank you for helping us. What would you like? Roasted that guy? Zip says I got called short. Well, you are short. Kona, how did it go? We all want to know. I believe I finally understand the significance of the Hsar. They nourish the Hsar as they grow, and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable world. The equal of any man, not beasts to be tamed. What are you doing right now? Moreover, ronic are sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. The Hsar would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. Then it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit the Ronic's once favored grazing grounds. As we were told, the grass looks fine, but the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ronic, even the birds and field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Ceratopraptors, but they look to be passing through in a hurry. Typically, that sort of behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural disasters, earthquakes, landslides, and the like. Though the Hsar would have surely put two and two together were the cause geological. I measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong etheric signature to the east, moving across the plain, albeit slowly. What do you think, Kuna? What do you think? Given where we are, I believe we are dealing with a powerful beast. A predator, perhaps, given the local fauna's behavior. One of the raptors we saw looked like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. It couldn't be a... Are you kidding me? A Turuhetsu? A Turuhetsu? Turuhetsu? Ronic Reaver, in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Fangs that steal Hsar in the night is another evocative one. Ronic can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the Turuhetsu. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. Maybe gun? A well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. I cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam in the wilds in the northeast, and most herds keep well clear of them. I can't tell you why this one is so far from home in its pack both. In any case, I believe the source of the Ronic's consternation is clear, as is our next move. We must drive this Reaver away, that they might return to their grazing lands in peace. I don't think that's pronounced. Are you kidding me? Never fear. We'll make certain that the beast threatens you no more. And he looks at me. Zab says, I wonder when was the last time they added something to the achievements guy in Gridania? We might be able to look that up. Oh, that's why you left. Solo duty time. Woohoo! The ronic Reaver is a clear threat to the local population. We cannot allow it to roam unchecked. But it won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. And if others returning from across the plains have spotted it, they might be able to inform us of its recent behavior and where it might be found. Oh, convenient! The item level cap is exactly what I have. You're looking a little unfocused there, Kuna. There's this like bright spotlight around you. Weird that. It's usually a bad sign when that happens. It's suddenly daytime, yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
Help! Hetsu is coming this way!
That's wildly convenient.
It has beasts across the plains in a panic, and our ronic are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety.
We can assist by helping to calm the creatures. Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
And after they're out of harm's way, we'll deal with the ronic Reaver.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the ronic when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there.
Boss music right out the gate.
Make haste. We must protect the ronic.
Don't worry, we're right behind you.
We brought 2 warriors, a machinist, and Erenville. Dun, 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 dun. And a cutie? Well, that too.
There they are.
Da-da-da.
They're terrified. We must do what we can to soothe them.
I'll soothe in front of it. Don't soothe it, soothe in front of it. I'll take the second one. Oh, hey, Erenville. Would he have done it for me if I just stood there? Schnuffle.
That herd should be all right. Let's look for stragglers.
The magic wall disappeared.
The ronic are to rally too. None shall be left behind. There must be something up ahead. Come.
Oh, I don't know what it could be, Kuna.
There.
These are no match for the likes of us.
The He-He-Shicha. No, Ye-See-Shia. Ye-He-He-Shia. Blap. How about some more mobs? Blap.
Panic was clearly an understatement.
Splat.
More are coming.
Can I... Oh, I have to... Oh, like this. That's pretty funny. I wonder if there's players that have never actually had to deal with such a tether mechanic, or like never has succeeded in that before. Like, there has been many times such a mechanic has happened before, like Dawn Meg, there is one. But I wonder, like, if there will be players that are like, I don't understand this mechanic. That's unlikely. But would be absolutely hilarious. Also, I am imagining that it doesn't fail you if you goof that part. That is something we talked about recently. That it would be nice if solo duties were used more frequently to, like, introduce... Oh, limit break. To introduce mechanics. Oh, nice. Well, you didn't need my help, clearly.
Seems that did the trick.
For the fodder, at least. But
Where's Bob? Bob the boss.
Look there! We've got a big one coming!
Impenetrable scales and wicked fangs. That's a ronic Reaver, and no mistake.
It's coming in hot. It has spotted lunch.
There, that one there.
Is it time for sniper? Ting tong. You need a bigger gun. Are you serious? Are you? I don't know what you expected. If only you had 2 tanks, yeah. I'm just over there like, whoo, man. I think he's got it. I'll just watch. Oh, I needed a breather. His glasses are broken.
Even should it cost me my life.
That's a little excessive. It's just 1 ronic.
I will save the Hsar.
You should probably attack instead of block. Exactly, Lana. You're dead. Doink.
Kona, are you all right?
Do not concern yourself with me. Get the ronic to safety.
There. You've nothing to fear.
You have some things to fear. Actually, you have to get out of the way now, because there's a thing you should fear. Yeah, so it wasn't saving the Hsar, yeah, indeed. I must save the Hsar.
Right. Let's finish the job.
How much damage did you do with that?
I give a vow to our people. You shall plague them no longer.
You could have at least given him a nascent flash. Well, I was busy relaxing. Every time they say something like, oh yeah, you should relax, man. Let's do something fun. And somehow I get roped into some dangerous thing where I have to save lives. It's incredible. That looks like a problem. Tink! Oh, wow. This is going to take a while. I hope you all brought coffee or tea or something.
Buy me some time to think, will you? It must have a weakness, and I will find it.
Take your time, buddy. That's a problem. Oh. He started analyzing and then he got interrupted. Look, we can't interrupt a circle AoE. Not if it's not interruptible. Wait a minute. Leg! Oh, the main body just healed. Fun. This reminds me of Tower Paradigm's Breach. Why are you bioblasting on single target? Good point. Oink.
Now we just have to keep it pinned.
Oh, that's mighty convenient.
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow?
Why can't our Holmgang do that? Good point. Why does that not stun for like 60 seconds?
I've got it.
Oh yeah? I think he does too.
One well-placed piercing round to the chest and...
Where did you get that from?
You're done for!
He was doing PvP.
That stemmed the flow of protective ether.
There's nothing stopping us now.
Scattergun. He's spamming Full Metal Field. Wow, and Scattergun.
Still not backing down, huh?
And Full Metal Field. And Auto Crossbow. And... oh, Chainsaw. Uh-oh. Hmm. He's cooking with his machine's rotation. Look, if I could spam Full Metal Field that much, I would as well. His hypercharge is something else. A tank stack? is why the Warrior of Light is so strong. They're the only ones that know their rotation.
We must disperse that ether ere the Reaver recovers it.
And we... Oh, nice. Give me them sweet damage buffs. Yoink, yoink. Mine? My damage buffs. How about some more damage buffs? Yoink. Oh, wow. Wow. 260k with inner chaos. The true the fellest cleave.
We did it. The Hsar, are they?
The ronic have all made it to Mehwa Hetsuan. Hunters are scouring the area for any remaining threats, but the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Bow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hsar.
You gotta fix your glasses.
I did no more than is a Dawn servant's duty. The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Ether resembling that of the predator the ronic fear most. It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the ronic from approaching the railroad without causing them undue distress.
I was just thinking, oh yeah, so making like a device that just emits danger, death approaches is probably not going to make, like, while it will absolutely deter the ronic from going there, I think it would scare the life out of them.
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again.
I must say, I was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again. Still haven't forgotten the last one. And it's been more than 20 years now. I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozeni Hetta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by that monster.
I'm sure that was the camp Kona's from.
Lozeni Hetta. That's where the Pelu Pelu trader found me as a babe. Please, can you tell me what you saw? As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hsaro. Like us, they followed the ronic. And like us, they were visited by a Reaver. The fiend struck like a whirlwind in the night. It was chaos. I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way, toward the fell creature. "We're distracted," I heard one cry. "Save our son! Save the Hetso!"
That's oddly specific.
After that, nothing but the pounding of my heart and feet and ronic thunder. I ran and ran, and as the sun broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast. Windborne words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining ronic and have long since moved on. But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes. And what became of their child? I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome. Maybe not. But perhaps a passing Pelu Pelu would. And one day, even a Dawn servant himself. All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the ronic. But now I see, they didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe.
Who you should really be mad at is all the other Hsar that just left.
I've wasted so much time resenting them, when in truth, they gave me everything I have today. It is thanks to them that I live to know the warmth of family, even after they were gone. And now that I am Dawn's servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect, as my parents protected me.
You know, you could have brought that part up a little sooner, Watu. You know? Being of people remembering things from long ago with unusual clarity. Well, in fairness, this seems to have etched a pretty significant mark on that guy's memory. Unlike, well, there was this time like 30 years ago when like some guards came to visit, and yeah, there happened to be a female Gulool Ja among them. What of it? To know that the Hsar are safe is more than enough. Yet, would it be wrong to hope that, in protecting them, we also avenged my parents? This is the least I owe to them, after all this time. Caetsu, I thank you for standing by me, as Dawn's servant, and as the oft imperfect man beneath that mantle. Now, let us return our attention to the matter that we came here to address, shall we? We removed the root cause of the ronic straying from their favored grazing, and obtained the tools to devise an additional precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. This whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. If we can achieve this, it will be a far sight better than a traditional whistle, more effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Let's return to Shaloni Station and begin work on it then. Wavlika and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. I was initially a little confused why your name has to be like different colored from everyone else, but I get it when you can do this, that you should be like your name should stand out more in the group. I mean, I agree, Marcus. I think it's not a bad idea to like build on these things. You look pleased about something. Good news for the railroad, I take it. So the ronic were avoiding a predator. Smart ones they are, and Vao Kona's not too bad himself, what with his whistle idea. Sit tight, we'll have this train on the tracks before you know it. Sit tight? No, I want to sit loose.
We're ready to go.
Ah, nice, cat. Railroad, more like fail road.
Whoa. She looks as good as new.
I think she is new.
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine. Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here. But as far as the ronic are concerned, we've spared no effort. From the ballast to the ties, we've adjusted every bit of the track so she'll run quiet as a field mouse.
You and your crew have worked wonders. Our nation is in your debt.
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolal. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel, and we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us. However grateful you are, know that we're even more thankful.
Right. If we're done talking, let's put this train through her paces.
Is the front looking like that? Looking like what? Well, it needs to stab the things that get in the way. Clearly.
There's a ronic up ahead.
Now, to test our whistle.
On it. Just point it in the general direction and...
It's moving away. Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
With this, we can alert those who wander too close without disturbing the rest of the herd.
A roaring success! In a quiet way, like. Then with your permission, Vow of Reason, the Shaktaral Railroad is back in service.
Cha-cha! I just need to build the rebuild the rest of the railroad. For a while there, we were real worried that we'd never get the railroad running again. But now that the test drive was such a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. First Shaloni, and then the continent. Watch out, Zaktarol, here we come. I share the sentiment, but we've got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it. The efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once more, I thank you. As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Lamachi? Well, that's the last quest. It has the title. Well, it's possible that Shale's made some headway by now, and regardless, we should spread word that the railroad's been restored to service. Shale, what do you have her working on? Gulool Ja's mother. Oh, you're not working on her. Not quite like that, Erenville, but yeah, you got the sentiment right. I'd feel the same in his shoes. Have felt the same. Some questions are painful to leave unanswered. There's no cause to look at me like that. The Kaufkisha we met may have only been a simulacrum, but memory was real. I needn't search for what she left behind, because she left it with me, and I will carry it always. Hey! Speaking of things you're carrying, is that a teeny tiny Kaufkisha? What? No. It's merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer, and I thought it as good a souvenir as any. Whatever you say. For what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Yeah. Yes, well, you're off to the dome now, aren't you? I thought I might join you for a time, see if there's aught I can do for the people there. Much change though it is, I still considered it my home. Of course, we can give you the full story on the way. Lamachi will do that. I'll probably just go. A simple yet elegant solution, and thus is the railroad back in operation. Meanwhile, Shale has nearly finished processing the data. She will be able to share her findings with us imminently. I'm interrupting something, I gather. I have to be in this quest as well. Why, Y'shtola, what brings you here? I've seen enough of the gate in the Sky Deep Shinotsi for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living memory. While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on Electrope. I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we've finished here. Lest you fear I've forgotten, once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny.
There was a mountain of data to sift through, much of it tantalizing, I admit. But it will take time to fully decrypt everything that piques my interest, so to answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Gulool Ja herself. While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
Yes. Please.
All right. Several audio files will now play in sequence.
You should probably exit your duty finder. Oh wait, you can't.
My name is Taishal Ja, and I decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose. Mother? Officially I was a Virgin with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatched to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vidral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region. Or so I said when requesting special dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Tuliolal. I had hoped to aid Commander Gulool Ja in the right of succession, but he did not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course, one of the nameless many in his army. To go back and face that reality was too much for me, so I ran, and in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path, a path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander. How am I to speak of Commander Gulool Ja? I admired him. His incontestable strength, his unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions. I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him. His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else, beyond the horizon. That gaze would never fall upon me. I knew. The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase, and when it does, as he promised, I will have my heart's desire. Today. It should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms. If you could see him, embrace him. Surely that would be enough. So full of hope I was. A foolish hope.
Its scales are blue.
He's your son.
No, I can't. I don't know how. How could I? How? To raise a child, be a father. I don't. I can't. No! No! Get it away from me. Get that thing away from me!
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised. That's all. come around, we'll be a happy family. Can you look at shouting for me? The research hasn't been going well, but I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know just where to hide you.
That's all of them.
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the Drift Downs a few years ago.
We know some manner of accident happened at the facility after this was recorded. Perhaps your mother couldn't come back for you.
Hey, Gulool Ja.
I'm fine, Lamachi. Father and mother, they were both so lonely. If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I can't tell if I'm happier now. But it's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
That says, were the earlier extreme weapons usable by classes? Usually, unless it's a relic weapon specifically, they are always wearable by both the class and the job, if there is one. In Endwar, I had to go buy a new dagger when I went into Labyrinth of the Ancients, minimized a little without jobstones. Probably because you were using a relic. Because a large part of players were just using a relic for, you know, a large part of Endwalker for most of their jobs, because it was almost easier to have a decently item-leveled relic weapon than an actually not relic weapon. Right? It's better to know. A profound response for one so young. Though I wish he didn't have to be. He didn't have to be. Gulool Ja is indeed wise beyond his years. Yet one never outgrows the need for dependable companions. 'Tis fortunate that he has you.
Thank you, Shale. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story.
Yeah, the whole story.
You heard it because you were brave enough to listen, Gulool Ja. If you remember one thing, remember that.
Woohoo!
Now then, having shared what I can at present, I am ready to head to living memory when you are. I am planning to be thorough, so we will need to stop for supplies on the way. That said, I promise we won't remain over long. I know we all have much and more to attend to. For now, farewell.
I'll be right back, and then we can continue. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. A word before you leave. Hamburger. Now you can go. Our network's already spreading word of the railroad. We expected people would be clamoring to get on the first train back. Yet the reaction's been the polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. What? When we spoke before, you said many from Tuliholal were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard. If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at Lane 9. Why MSQ monetary reward so low? It makes sense that the game tries to minimize the amount of money you get out of thin air, because that is the most common way that an MMO experiences inflation. And MSQ monetary rewards are literally money out of nothing. Doing dungeons is money out of nothing. It's a little strange that they are like, oh yeah, 7,000. Just, here you go. Meanwhile, the MSQ gives you like 500 each. That's a little strange. There may still be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first.
People look uneasy. Did something happen?
Have you heard? Someone was killed in the Thunder Yards.
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
It was a hunter, all right, and a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Gulool Ja's attack on the city.
That's insanely unlucky. That's like, you spend all of your extra lives on fighting a boss in a game, and then, as you're walking over to save after finally beating the boss, you just die to random, like, to fall damage or something. Nope.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end, it feels wrong.
I think we did, Kat.
But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function. I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
Well, you may think so, but how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware. It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Then what are we to do? Spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die?
Some people do that.
With time, I had hoped that they'd be able to adjust to their new situation. But it's only gotten worse.
Look! It's Queen Sphene!
What? Welcome to hardcore servers, guys. What?
What?
don't know what to do.
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to set things aright.
I don't understand. Sphene is gone. Forever. You there, Gusson. You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve. But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself. We all placed flowers to mourn her passing.
A funeral? For Her Majesty?
Uh-oh. Memory deleted.
What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria. Her Majesty walks among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
Your Majesty, won't you free us from these terrible memories of the departed?
They were this close to realizing how important it is to understand why and how people pass.
This is no way to live. Not for us, nor our children.
I wish that I could. Truly I do. But with living memories shut down, even I cannot restore the system that once afforded us that comfort. You needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
Oh yeah?
All of us shall be made endless. I have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells.
Isn't that what she is?
This way, you need never again fear death. You may live as you please, and for as long as you like. Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone. But some of you received neo-regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not? And there are still more we have yet to distribute. 5,000 in all. One day soon, those with neo-regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
But only 5,000 of us?
You don't have one. Not black.
You Victral! The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down, and then we'll talk.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess we have something to look forward to in 7.2.
We only caught the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you that the message about neo-regulators was received with utmost clarity. It couldn't have been Sphene. She should have been destroyed when the Meso terminal shut down. Without a single Alexandrian to bear witness, presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen, just no surprise that they would choose to believe she's alive. What is troubling, however, is their denial that the funeral was held in her honor, as if their memories have been erased. Yes, that is what happened. Didn't you see the camera thing? Oh, right, you can't see that. You also know that Sphene is clearly crazy. Didn't you see the camera thing? Oh, right, you didn't see that. That does complicate matters. Given that the members of Oblivion remain unaffected, this was likely the work of the regulators, but by whose design? Gozan? Someone smart enough to play at being the Queen of Reason. And that, guys, even if some suspect deception, most of Alexandria will be on her side. We need to find out who she really is. While I agree wholeheartedly, we should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move. Oh boy! Yay! Directed, I guess. Meanwhile, in living memory. That's Shaylen Yashtoa.
Where am I? My people. Are they safe?
It's Queen Sphene speaking, Marcus.
Why am
In fear of death, the people turn to Queen Reborn, their fate to learn. I think it's Queen Sphene speaking. I don't know who else it would be. Cha-ja! Exactly, who else would talk of her people? The thing that confuses me is that she then said, why am I? Why is she what? Like, why is she human? Like, why is she not robot machine thing? Or what? Like, maybe it's some sort of body switch maneuver? But if that's the case, like, that sounds really dubious at best, because who would say, my people, are they safe, other than Queen Sphene? Maybe Gulool Ja would? Oh yeah, also true, why am I still in existence? That is also a good question. So that's why I immediately, like, it can't be that. So it has to be actually Queen Sphene, right? But it said meanwhile in living memory, which means that the Queen Sphene we just saw is also, like, was also there separately. Were these added today? Ew. Diamond weapons. Hey Rillian, hope you're doing well. We just finished the MSQ and are now going to probably be working our way through the Alliance raid stuff. So if you're scared of MSQ spoilers, that should be mostly over, although people might be discussing it in chat. Hey Jake, hope you're doing well. And the same warning also goes to you, of course. You might see people talk about it, but we just finished, so we're doing the Alliance raid now. Alright, Zaf, enjoy your evening. An otherworldly encounter.
Say, aren't you Caetsu? That certainly saves me a lot of trouble. I was asked to find you on behalf of Gulool Ja. Curious happenings around the Mamuk of late, and we thought one with your worldly experience may be able to help us make sense of things. If you have the time and inclination to aid us, she awaits you in Mamuk. You'll find her west of the plaza, in the large building near the two-headed statue. Well, the good news there, Rillian, is you will probably, we'll probably not see Wuklamat at all for the rest of the stream. Don't worry, I'll be collecting people as I go. If you show up near me and I know that you want to come, I'll probably just invite you as I see you. But we will not queue until we've given a chance for people to join. Although, there's still the problem of, with Alliance Raid, you need either 1 to 8 or a full 24. Which instance? We're in instance... Well, it just says I'm here, so I guess there's only one in this zone? I was in instance 1 in Tulicholol. Some farming. We're doing the new Alliance raid. Thank you for coming. Truth be told, I was unsure if I was right to call on you, but the troubles we now face cannot be overcome with our strength alone.
Oh?
It all began when we found a fallen traveler in the Skydeep Cenote. For mercy, his wounds were not life-threatening. His kind is not a common sight in these lands, tall and slender of build, with pointed ears.
Elf? The Chaotic Alliance raid is coming on Christmas Eve, Bokaj. This is the new Alliance raid.
He is yet to awaken, but speaks in his sleep of strange things that make little sense to us. It was our hope that you might recognize something in his ramblings, or perhaps even jog his memory once he regains consciousness. Might you be willing to speak with him?
I mean, being on Chaos is good enough, Cat. You just have to let me know that you're available, that I can invite you.
Gulool Ja, the traveler stirs.
The traveler stirs.
Very good. You would be so kind as to bring him here?
Yes, the new Extreme Trial is out. The new Unreal is also available. So in terms of farm content, it's like this once a week, and the Extreme Trial and the Unreal.
We are glad to see you awake, and in good health besides. May I ask your name, traveler?
My name? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Oh. It would seem the fall has affected his memory. In any case, his presence here is a complete mystery to us. His armor the only hint as to whence he came. Does anything about him strike you as out of the ordinary?
That's Woots. Woots.
Looks like your typical adventurer to me.
An adventurer? Me? Ah. I remember. I'm an Elvan adventurer. Okay. And you're Gulool Ja. Could it be I've come to Mamuk? Wait, if I'm in Mamuk, then I must have been taken prisoner. What? Wait, is Mamuk like a hostile place in FF11? To so readily believe us enemies, perhaps he comes from a land unfamiliar with our customs, across the salt. Thank you, Jake, and enjoy your evening. I'm not so sure. We've no way to know for certain, in which case...
Gulool Ja, we must gather our strongest fighters at once.
Why? What's happened?
Gulool Ja's shade has returned. It's been sighted near Gokdrak Descent. Gulool Ja has engaged the apparition, but I fear the worst.
The
vow of Resolve's companion, from the feet of the Brotherhood. I suspect you would understand the graveness of this situation better than most. In recent days, the late Dawn7's shade has been seen wandering the woods of Vana'diel. I have reason to believe it was invoked in like manner to the one used in the feat. Only a privileged few of the Bunewa should be privy to the knowledge required to perform the rite. The culprit will be found in time, but we've a more pressing matter at hand now. I must hurry and inform the Landsguard. Gulool Ja requires reinforcements.
This is not MSQ, this is Alliance Raid.
The Dawn7's shade. I fear he may not hold out until the guard. The Dawn7's shade. I fear he may not hold out until the guard assembles. I'm loath to ask such a favor, but would you aid Gulool Ja in this battle? I'm in your debt. Gokdrak Descent is to the west of here. Please go and help my son.
Gulool Ja. Onwards! It's a dungeon. That is interesting. This would be a great time to play Smile. Oh man. A pretty random time to play Smile, wouldn't it? Maybe yeah, they should play Lahi at that moment. Just randomly. Wow, someone said. Hmm. Pathetic. And you dare call yourselves blessed siblings. Hmm. Not bad. You might actually prove a challenge.
If he comes to help, best stay on your guard. He's not alone.
Nice gloves. Did you bring like a fan or something? How's your cape flowing like that?
What's this? Another monster in need of slaying? Don't worry, I'll send them packing.
Nullifying dropkick? Oh, nice. I can't explain why, but something told me I had to be here.
Ha! Not bad. Not bad at all. But it'll take more than a couple of Taurus to stop me.
A what? Taurus. Are you daft, girl?
You can speak! A shame you don't seem to have any manners. The name's Prishy.
Prish?
You do well to appreciate it. Remember it.
Prish. Falcon Punch!
Ha ha! Looks like I win.
Oh. I see the problem now.
One Taurus down, one to go. I hope you're ready.
Yeah, at ease, Prish. We've seen to our task. Come.
Whatever you say, Ulmia.
Money?
Ulmia, what is she talking about?
I have not played 11. Prish, wait. Please, don't go. Can't just punch people when they're having memory flashbacks. Yeah, that wouldn't work. I'm guessing word of the Dawn-7 Shade is what brought you here. I don't know what that girl has to do with all this, but clearly she's aligned with whoever summoned them. The way remains open, though there's no telling where it leads. Even so, they can't be allowed to return. We have a duty to protect this forest, and I'll not see it torn apart by some two-headed imposter. Let's hurry after them, brother. Watch out with that one, won't you? Rish, what's happened to you? And she dares complain about manners. Yeah, indeed. Weird that. Everything's still hazy, but I recall fighting alongside that girl. We were comrades in arms, I think. But something was clearly wrong with her. She not only mistook me for a monster, but she called her two-headed companion Ulmia. Ulmia, I know, is an Elvan woman, a far cry from the reptilian fiend we encountered. Something dark has taken hold of her, clouded her mind. I have to go and... I'll go after Preach. I'll do it. I'll hunt down the villain. You would put yourself in harm's way for my sake? Thank you. I'll do the content. Unable to accept teleport. You not meet the certain requirements. That pop-up appeared perfectly when there was space for it. I recognize that look. The eyes of a woman who's seen more than their fair share of battle. Despite what Preach has done, she was a dear friend to me. I'm fairly certain. I think. FK a friend, there's no telling what lies beyond that portal. Loot, I'm pretty sure. The first walk. I believe Cat is also coming. We are already 8 this quickly. It's a kind of portal. I mean, we could have multiple groups if we're enough people. Should we go like this? Do we have a balanced group? We do. I'll do a ready check and go. Because I can't really do much if we're more than this. Because we're not 24. That much I know for certain. Exactly, Guzzle. We're exactly 9, aren't we? We're actually 10. Kind of. I'll do another ready check. One of your party members does not meet the requirement. Did everyone actually go and unlock the Alliance raid? Sid forgot his hat. It is strange that they don't let you queue unless you're exactly 24 or at most a full party. Why is it always one person? Well. I kind of get why it's like mechanically like that you need the full alliance or only 8 at most. Is of course because I'm sure it doesn't, like, they haven't made the system so that it could merge multiple alliances like that. I think, Ilana, that they've decided to do it like this simply because it would take too long to get a run going with if you need 72. Whereas with 24, it's still kind of possible. And there is more meaning to making sure that you start from the start. Trying to see where our other tanks are. We have a Dark Knight that has already turned on their tank stance. We have 2 Dark Knights and a warrior.
Careful. That girl is stronger than she looks.
Good to know. She looks very strong. She's very big hands.
How about we start with a big fat knuckle sandwich?
Actually, I'm pretty well versed in those. I take knuckle sandwiches multiple times every week.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Bam!
Okay. She said it twice. It exploded on the second circle.
Wait for it.
1,
Wait for it.
2.
Wait for it.
That's going to be a very big one, I think. Wham! And it's a follow-up donut AoE, so you can't just run to Narnia. My fat head? Excuse me?
Altana, give me strength.
Oh.
By the light of the dawn.
Yeah, yeah.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
I found myself a little bit stuck in close range.
Oh, we're just getting started.
That's a really random shape. Okay, that's really funny. She said it twice. That's amazing.
Behold the blessed power of Altana.
I see the problem.
Still kicking? Cause so am I.
Hey, Catherine. Hope you're doing well.
You ready for this? Wait for it.
1,
Wait for it.
2.
Wait for it.
Okay. Come on and slam! Whee! Splat. Oh.
Man, is that all? And I was just working up an appetite. This should do it. Take this and that and one of these.
That's very overwhelming. A party? Actually, a lot of our party is dead. Okay, there's 3 now.
Wait for it.
1, 2. 2. Bam!
You can't stop the flood of mortal existence. I'm not done yet.
No?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
2. You know, the scariest part about this mechanic is that if you miscount, you die. What's it taste like? I meant to use Nascent Flash there. Be careful joining the stack if you're low.
Ouch, that was a good one.
Hey Tristan, hope you're doing well. And good night to you, Catherine.
Wait for it.
1,
Wait for
2.
it.
I guess we'll wait forever then.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go.
I've a bone to pick with this one. But first... the only way out is forward. A forest, huh? Go. We'll look after the girl.
This is a very closed area.
What is that? Is some kind of Tural Vitral?
They really like calling everything Tural Vidral this patch. Hey Saras, hope you're doing well.
On your guard. I sense something up ahead. Something big.
Something big. It's a dragon.
But surely it's no match for you.
Fafnir the Forgotten. Oh, it's a little wider than I had anticipated. Circle AoE, I'm guessing? Circle AoE kinda starting in front of it. Oh, right, of course, that means donut. Of course that means donut. Why wouldn't I of course. I'm the idiot. Why would that be a donut? This is the mega cone where you have to get in front. Exactly, of course, the donut that is the mouth attack is the breath. Naturally. Why wouldn't it? Also, of course, 4 hits. It is a dragon after all. Ads! I know, I'm C, I should be over on the other side, but hey. These were near. What are you fighting? You're fighting a DPS. That's not good. What are you fighting? Oh, straight up dead. Okay. This is crazy. What's the reward for this again? A coin you can use to upgrade tome gear. And there's also 720 gear straight up from here. But you can only get 1 per week. That's the mega cone from behind. Yeah, the abandoned thing. Ugh. Oh, that's the donut. And we've almost recovered. That's amazing. Big old back cone. Get to the front. Ah. Oh, Hurricane Wind was what really messed us up before, wasn't it? Hey, Zip. Hi, guys. I found my team, at least part of it. Yeah. Those tornadoes are much scarier than the donut AoEs. Because the tornadoes just straight up kill you. Get to the front. Nice.
Teleportation magic. Ah, brace yourselves.
Anyone still needing the Good Samaritan title, now's a good time. That's actually a good point. I don't think I have it.
So where are we now?
In the air.
And what are these floating ruins?
In crystalline conflict! Oh no! We just drop right into a PvP match. There's a memo over there. Oh, careful, there's glass. Did it say something interesting? Guess we can go back and read it later, maybe? We can hope.
There's something about that big tower.
What? Just 3 flamingos. There's a memo over on the left. I'm gonna go read that. This one, I defeated those 5 before. Won't be fighting them again alone. That's for sure. I better get out of here before they see me. Oh, that probably would have made more sense if I saw the first note. Panzerfaust. Was that an interruptible tank buster? Hmm.
5 of them? This should be interesting.
Hmm. Ugh. Five Shivas.
You shall be burned by the rage that controls you.
Oh boy. Yeah. What? Oh no, that's a donut. Ow.
You shall be consumed by the cowardice that binds you.
Or get interrupted, Lamau. You really didn't expect that one, huh?
The envy that drives you.
I can tell that's a samurai. And I can tell what I'm fighting. Even though they're using a scythe, I'm guessing it's a black mage. But what's that? Where's our team? Don't cross the beams, Ilana. I can't get to you.
Cowardice dismembers.
I don't know if it was a different squad that really wanted to stack with you. But that got really weird. I'm guessing that it's a bad idea to have them over in a corner. So I'm moving over here. Huh? 2.
You shall be smothered by the arrogance that consumes you.
I have no idea what these things mean. I don't even know if we need to separate them, but they're separated now.
You shall be defeated by the apathy that plagues.
Oh, we have to break the shield and then interrupt the other guy. This is insanely chaotic.
Cowardice dismembers.
Oh, right, we have to get behind that. Wait, we could just choose to switch target when they're visiting.
Be consumed by the cowardice that binds you.
This is a little overwhelming. Should we be focusing one? I think we're supposed to be focusing one. The meteor went through. I imagine we're supposed to focus one and not cleave them down like this.
Cowardice dismembers.
Apathy strikes!
I don't know what that does. Oh, that also has to be interrupted.
You shall be consumed
Nope.
by the cowardice that binds you.
So I taunted specifically the Black Mage, both because I could see that like the A Alliance tank was tanking everything pretty much and just dying for it, but also because the Black Mage needs to be interrupted. I grabbed something that B tank was not focusing and then just got it moved away, like stole it away so that they didn't have to do everything alone. But I have a feeling that a better solution to that fight is to single target them one at a time. Once they're all 5 on the field. Just quickly kill something. Because the thing that made it so hard was that there were all 5 mechanics all at once. And it didn't seem like they shared HP. So you could probably just go, well, we're killing that one. See, guys, the thing is, you put the marker there the first time it happened. And then the second time it happened, there were 5 things, so it was easy to miss. Thank you, Bao. Hope you're doing well. Shadow Lord.
Mortals, allow me to show you the depths of my hatred and your folly!
We're in the middle of the Alliance raid, Kinvao. And we're on the final boss. So if you don't want spoilers for the Alliance raid, then there you go.
Not until I have eradicated you and your kind from this world!
Giga Slash. Oh! That's an interesting shape.
The land trembles before my might! Frail mortal,
That's an interesting shape.
tear your flesh and crush your bones!
I like how creative they've gotten with the telegraphs in this raid. It's crazy. What? Did you see the telegraph appear in a in an instant? That's a little weird.
There will be naught left of man but smoke and ash.
Are we supposed to spread in these? Nope, we're not. I guess we're supposed to be in these now.
Let the fires ride and rage. Kneel before me. Your demise shall portend the extinction of Altana's vile.
Oh, it's going to cleave the right side again, I'm guessing. Yeah, the orb that grows bigger. Oh, I didn't see that there was extra.
The darkness within me shall devour you all. This insult.
Ah, abandoned.
It away with your blood.
Well, the directional disregard.
Give in to the darkness of oblivion. Your funeral dirge has begun. It's
Did you just remember that you had armor now?
wretched filth. Return to the feculent soil that birthed you.
I don't know if I'm supposed to do something. Oh, it just hurts a lot. Hmm. 3 now.
As the spate of my rage quenches the candle of your trivial existence.
What does the clone mean? We need to get over there, I think.
Can your vaunted justice withstand the brunt of the deepest rancor and wrath?
I did not actually mean to steal aggro. I just wanted to be ready. But now I have it, I guess. Oh man. Oh man.
I will crush you like the insects you are!
I don't think we have people for that.
consume me!
It might not have been the most optimal time for a LLB. But we can work with it. Possibly.
Trembles before my might!
Ah, didn't make it.
Kneel before me! Your demise shall portend the extinction of Altana's vile...
Is that a Harden Rage? Nope. It just has a really long cast time. A Soften Rage. Oh yeah, he has a stacking damage buff now. Oh, whoops. For some reason I remembered it as the opposite. I hope we have enough for this stack marker that we can actually survive it this time. That is amazing. We were like down to like 6 people or something. Ah. We almost all stood tall. Wow, that was insane. That's absolutely crazy. According to the Final Fantasy XI wiki, this guy is a Dark Knight. Hmm. That is an interesting solution. Instead of offering 3 orchestrion roles where some people might need like 1 each, and it'll take an eternity to get all of them, they just offer 3 thingies that you can exchange. This was chaotic. Imagine the Chaotic Alliance raid Cloud of Darkness. Yeah, that is going to be very chaotic. Well, only one thing. That's fine. That was amazingly good. The thing is, that was really hard and total chaos, but I think that's a good thing, because somehow it was manageable despite all that. It's actually hard. I don't remember any of the Endwalker Alliance raids being that difficult, even on release. In Shadowbringers, some of the near raids could have been about that, but not this much, I don't think. Not this much. Oh, you're right. She's merely sleeping. It remains to be seen if she'll give us a fight when she wakes. Yeah. Ah, she stirs. Yo. That's a two-headed lizard trying to take a bite out of me, huh? A scrawny thing like you would barely make a snack. Besides, we don't eat people. Huh. Sorry, I'm a little on edge. She's using the she's using the Alphino model, rig, I think. Possibly Alphino and Alizé. I can't actually remember if they have the exact same motions, but she did the same speech, hand movements as Alphino, and it does a lot. I guess Alizé does too. If you've no quarrel with us, we've none with you. We only wish to talk. There's also me. Can they really be trusted? Why do you trust me? You don't know me. I should know better than to judge people based on their appearance. Yes, you should. You also decided to trust him because of me and my appearance. Do you realize the hypocrisy there? It's fine. We're an intimidating specimen. I'm Prish. By the way, nice to meet you. There. There's much of this we don't understand, but what we do understand is the battle is won. For now, at least. What would have otherwise been a struggle proved a decisive victory against the Dawn Servant Shade and the rest of those fiends. And that is to say, thank you for your help, Caetsu. Where did the Shade go? Did it get fought off screen or something? Was that what Gulool Ja was doing? Wasn't he like, oh man, that was really hard? Exactly, Rillian. Two-headed overgrown gecko? Gecko? Scary. Small rat with pink armor and a big axe for her size. Obviously immediately trustworthy. What were your names again? Caetsu and Gulool Ja, right? I don't know where you're from, but I can tell I'd love to visit. Can't say I've ever seen anyone quite like you before. If you're done with the small talk, would you mind explaining why you attacked us? What in the world are you talking about? Don't play the fool with us. You were spouting nonsense about us being Taurus and nearly killed a man on your rampage. Well, I do recall fighting Taurus not long ago to protect Ulmia. Ulmia. A friend of hers, you see. That's all well and good, but she was addressing Gulool Ja's Shade with that name. The incantations needed to summon it are said to be based on a much older magic, one capable of clouding people's minds. If our enemy is skilled enough to summon Gulool Ja, it stands to reason such tricks are not beyond them. Meaning young Prish here was likely tricked into believing the Shade was this Ulmia person. That was all an illusion then. An illusion? What are you hiding? It's starting to come back to me. There was someone who warned me that our dear friend needed my protection. He was blue like your left head, and he gave me these bizarre weapons. Blue like me. I usually fight with my fists, but didn't think twice to accept what they gave me. I suppose the magic's to blame. In any case, I hope the real Ulmia hasn't been dragged into all this. Can you tell us anything about the one you thought was your Ulmia? Where they may be hiding, perhaps? Would that I could, but when I got here, I was all by my lonesome. Here being where, exactly? Juno. At least, I think this is Juno. There was never anything like that here before. It's mostly empty, but there are a few people lingering about, if you know where to look. Maybe they can tell us something. Go with Prish and see what you can learn of this place and the whereabouts of that Shade. We'll remain here and keep watch on this rift. I tried to give me WoW PTSD again. Well, it's a good meme. Well, I'm guessing the reason why she didn't play, like, define me as anything is because I don't believe aura are a thing in Final Fantasy XI. Right then, let's have a look around. Oh, and we should probably stop by the Ten Shoto as well. It's in the back of Neptune's Spire, across the way from the fountain. Hello. Oh, good. I was hoping to run into you two. I don't wish to be overly forward, but why were you speaking with that Gulool Ja earlier? More importantly, what was it doing here? They would never dare venture beyond the shores of Arajia, unless, my gods, has Gulool Ja laid siege to Art Urkan? Is Juno next to fall? I don't know anything about sieges or invasions, but that Gulool Ja over there is a friend of mine. There ain't nothing for you to worry about. The poor man's probably more confused than we are about all this. In an alternate dimension, where specific species are actually sometimes friends. Adventurers gather from all corners of the world to buy and sell their spoils here. The taxes are a pain, but it's worth it for the wide selection. Just between you and me, though, I've heard you can cut a good deal with merchants peddling their wares just outside of town. Oh yeah? But why is it closed? The auction house never closes. Maybe they're waiting for things to return back to normal around here. Whenever they reopen, I suggest you stop by. Who knows? You may get lucky and find something way below market price. Oh boy, I can't wait. You're new to Juno, aren't you? I can tell by the way you were taking in the sights. The city was built upon Heaven's Bridge, connecting the two great continents of Kuon and Mindatia. You'll find there's an upper and lower level, a port, and the administrative plaza of Relude Gardens. At least you would have before. Always in and out of Lower Juno appear to be blocked or cut off. The situation here is worse than I thought. Oh dear. I want to go up here first. Wait. In here first. Small door. Wait. What do you do? Party. Looking. Dark. Samurai. Dragoon. Wait, what are you doing here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There, we're going to do this raid a lot of times. You press against the wall, but it refuses to budge. Won't open? Then I guess we won't be meeting Aldo. He's head of the Ten Shoto. When the world's in danger, he's always there to lend me a hand. Reminds me of my friends, the Scions. Scions, eh? They sound like a competent lot. Unfortunately, we're on our own here. Indeed we are. Wait. Hello? Nope. Thrifty Shade. Neptune's Spire. Applicants, invite. Our branch, please, will issue membership. Ooh, membership. I wanna see if there's the Orderly Shade. Auction house. Any questions? In the past, great wealth. In the mountains. Great wealth. These buildings look simple? I guess. I'm guessing they're supposed to look a specific way because it's, you know, it's reference. Oh, he made money! Speaking of auction house. What? Why is this blocked off? There's supposed to be stairs here leading up to the residential area. I swear things get stranger here by the minute. That's a funny costume. Can't say I've seen your sort around here before. Where are you from, stranger? Not here. Limsa Laminsa. Can't say I've heard of it. I'm guessing she says whatever your starting region is. Most folks passing through hail from Sandoria, Bastok, or Windurst. Considering the present state of Juno, though, seems strange is becoming a common occurrence. I'd be lying if I said I'd heard of your homeland either, but that's not important right now. At times like this, we need to know who can be trusted. Whatever's happening here, these people are just as bewildered as we are. We should go back and find Gulool Ja, see if he's noticed anything. It is funny how your starting city comes up here and there, considering that that is not a choice you really make. Like, technically you do, but not really. Like, you choose your starting class and that decides your starting city. Returned at last. With answers, I hope. Nope. Not really. So we are truly in this Juno, as she says. But I've traveled all over Tyrol and never heard of a Juno or Zandoria or any of those other places. What in Altana's name is Tyrol? I thought all you Gulool Ja from Arachia. Oh, hi. Brish, you're all right. And she has you to thank, I'm sure. Thanks for caring, I guess. And who are you, exactly? Oof. He's the one who asked me to go look for you. Some people decide their starting cities first, then their classes. That's true, but that usually requires that they look deeper into the game before just playing. I appreciate the concern, but I've never seen him before in my life. Ooh. How can you say such a thing? I mean, you do look like the sort I might know, but I'm drawing a blank. What was the name, Mr.? My name is... You must be the one they found wounded in the Skydeep Cenote. Well, we have to call you something. How about Alxal? Vagabond in the Gulool Ja tongue. Though it may be closer to adventure in Caetsu's Eosian. Nicely chosen, brother. That does have a rather nice ring to it. Alxal it is. So, where are we exactly? Juno, or at least a close approximation. Surely you remember this place, don't you? It does feel familiar. What's so special about this place anyway? And where did that damn shade get off to? Bah, none of this makes any sense. Sorry? A familiar voice says, my, what a vexing predicament. Ooh, didn't he die? I guess not. Hey, that's the one that put me under a spell. I'm sure of it. So the Boniwa psychopath yet lives. What are you doing here? As you found me in a generous mood, I thought I might enlighten you as to the nature of this place. That is why you've come, isn't it? The young lady's correct. This is the Grand Duchy of Juno. So we really are in Juno, and yet something about it feels so off. I never said this is the real one. It is an imitation, a rather convincing one, I might add, which I created based on visions of another world. You built this?
That I did. While you and yours were holding the Dawn Servant's coronation, Gulool Ja and I ventured to the gate of the Golden City. Everything was proceeding as planned. The gate's key was in our possession, the power to reshape the world within our grasp. Also, I thought. In the eyes of the resilient sun, I was but a useless tool to be cast aside. But by all rights, I should have died when he struck me down. But once the chamber was empty, the gate still open, I saw my chance. What I found when I dragged myself across the threshold was an emptiness, a space beyond time. It was there in this dark expanse I beheld another world. That world was called Vana'diel.
Oh, look at all these pictures.
I took these with my camera.
Your what?
My camera. What a load of rubbish. As if anyone would believe that everything and everyone here is a little more than one of your toys.
He's gonna prove it, isn't he?
Is that Electrope?
He turned to stone.
As I said, everything you see here is of my creation. Much like we fashioned a phantom of Gulool Ja for the feet of the Brotherhood, I was able to use our ceremonial tools to breathe life into my visions of Vana'diel. Under normal circumstances, my conjurings only have strength enough for a brief clash. With that stone, however, my magics are capable of so much more. Isn't that what Gulool Ja used to build his army? Electrope, he called it.
Hey, I called it. I said it.
Electrope, you say? If you know its name, then I trust you also know these stones are possessed of immense power. Power enough for my creations to persist for as long as I please. Fortunate then that world between worlds was filled with structures made from Electrope, more than I could ever hope for. Wait, if everything we see here, everything we believed was from Vana'diel is of your making, then am I? Yes.
Gods, that would mean I am as well.
You, yes, well, a trivial thread in the tapestry of my grand designs. And what a wondrous weave it will be, made possible by the endless possibilities gleaned in that walk of echoes. The memories buried there, those remnants of echoes, will shape my dreams into reality. I once believed that that dream lay in the resilient sun, but that bastard is dead to me.
Well, Gulool Ja.
By my hand, Tyrol will have the greatest ruler the world has ever known. I've made an admirable start, but my work is far from finished. Very soon I will draw upon the echoes once more to summon the greatest beings of Vana'diel, and their strength will be made one with this magnificent shade. The reason and resolve which built the nation of Tuliolal meshed with the uncompromising tyranny that commanded the Gulool Ja of that world.
Uh-oh.
If you won't listen to reason, then maybe you'll listen to my fists. That's the spirit. My preparations will take time, of course, but when I'm ready, you can be certain I will call upon you to bear witness to my greatness.
Gulool Ja, wait. You should probably have said something before I threatened him, Gulool Ja. Damn it all. Just when I thought things couldn't become more complicated, making sense of Alexandria was trouble enough, but now we have this Vana'diel to deal with as well. I can only imagine how Prish and Alxal must feel. What do you do when your very existence is called into question? That is an excellent question. Try as I might, I can recall nothing of my past to refute Xariel Ja's claims. Prish, on the other hand, seems to know everything of her past and who she is. Yet, to be told the memories of your life are not your own, I can only imagine how she must feel. Now's not the time to be disheartened, at least not here anyway. I wouldn't trust anything made by Xariel Ja to be safe for long. Which includes you. Or to remain functional. Gulool Ja. That's a bit mean. Let's return to Mamuk while we still can. My mother will want to know of what we've seen here. I gotta tell Mom. I'm gonna go tell my mom! There you are. I thought you should be the one to explain what happened out there in Dawntrail. And then I told everything that happened, from start to finish, not skipping a single detail. Who's so small, Ridleyan? Not simply from another territory, but another world entirely. That explains much of the initial confusion between us. Oh, true. My apologies for any trouble I may have caused, and thank you for taking me in. Different worlds, and yet we seem to have so much in common. I cannot help but wonder what it is that links the two together. Yeah, I wonder. What indeed? You mistook us for the Gulool Ja of your Vana'diel when we first met. May I ask what they are like? Nothing at all like you and yours, even if they do bear striking resemblance. There was a time when all the peoples of Vana'diel, the Gulool Ja included, knew peace. But a tyrant possessed of a terrible power claimed rulership over the Gulool Ja and turned them against us. Before we realized it, we were at war. A tale similar to ours in a way. The rare few of us born with two heads grow to be immensely powerful. That power was used to justify our preeminence over all others. But that is not who we are anymore. We can be better than our forebears. We will be better. All of our hard work will be for nothing if Xariel Ja succeeds in seizing the throne. Well, you'll not want for aid in stopping him, I promise you that. Oh, keen to lend a hand, are you? I don't need to know who I am to know the right thing to do. That's the spirit. My blade is yours. On my honor as an adventurer of Vana'diel, we will put an end to Xariel Ja's schemes. If she were here, I'm sure she'd have done the same. Right then. We can worry about whether or not I'm real another day. I'm not going to stand around and let this Xariel Ja piss all over the memories of my home. So you can count me in too. Wow, what a swear. Don't think you can forget about us. This all started in Dawntrail, and we have a duty to keep our forests safe. Xariel Ja has left us without a trail to follow, but it's only a matter of time before he reveals himself to challenge Caetsu once more. If you're to be ready, I think it prudent that two of you learn more of our world. An excellent idea, brother. We should start with Tuliyollal and see to our own preparations while we're there. If you'd meet us at the dirigible landing, we will see Prish and Hsar to Tuliyollal. I always get surprised by how long the aftermath of each alliance raid is. I'm guessing I don't know, Marcus. Wasn't the sword and shield he was carrying the ones that he saw on a guard? It didn't look too closely.
Those balloon-powered airships are really something. I didn't expect the flight to be so smooth. So this is Tuliholal.
You're getting a lot of value out of that pose.
Before I forget, I couldn't help...
Yeah, the sword definitely looks like the one on the guard.
I couldn't help but notice how much you seem to know about me. Is there anything else you remember?
I'm afraid I don't. And as you don't recognize me either, perhaps we weren't acquaintances after all. What I know of you was likely overheard in a tavern somewhere, patrons sharing stories of your famed exploits.
I see. Well, I'll leave it at that then.
Now, where to begin?
Brother, would it not be wise to first apprise the Landsguard of what's happened, or would you prefer another stern lecture from the Vow of Reason?
I'd sooner rip off our tail. Fine. Could you keep them occupied while we see to the Landsguard? Maybe take them to eat or something. Ah, I know. Take them to Aunties to sample her tacos. Here, for that first meal of yours we spoiled. And just so we're clear, we're not expecting to earn your forgiveness. No amount of good deeds will ever undo our past, but there's always time to build a better future. You know, if you stop referring to it, we'll probably forget eventually, Gulool Ja. When you get there, tell her we sent you. She'll see that they're taken care of. Yeah, that shield is definitely from that guard. And the sword is too.
Auntie's tacos, eh? Let me guess.
They serve tacos.
Oh, I can hardly wait. I ate tacos all the time back home.
Really?
Though I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take a more scenic route. Maybe something along the way will help jog Alexal's memory.
Imagine for a moment that a taco shop would potentially sell tacos. Such a thing would be unprecedented. How could you ever know? Yeah, indeed. What a shock. Those creatures remind me of the chocobos in Vana'diel. To say we adventurers found them indispensable would be no exaggeration. From shore to shore, they were our faithful companions, wheresoever the roads might lead us. Well, I have good news about the chocobo thing.
What in Altana's name is that? Do people actually ride those things? Chocobos are the only beasts I've ever seen used for riding in Vana'diel. If they have any, I'd sure like to see them.
We do have those. Onward! Wait till they find out about Midgard's armor. Yeah, I have a dragon.
My home is surrounded by ocean too, you know. It has the most beautiful views on a clear day.
Not without the occasional monster, though. It's nice being able to walk around like this without your guard up all the time. I cannot say why, but I remembered something looking out at the sand dunes. There was a man out on the docks who claimed he could teach me new battle arts, but he would only agree on the condition that I retrieve for him a damselfly worm, an apron, and a magic skull. I don't suppose you've met anyone on your travels who's made such queer requests. No, no. I guess that's like a starter quest in Final Fantasy XI.
So these are the markets of Tuliolal. There are so many stands, I wouldn't know where to begin. It's enough to make my head spin. Some fruits would sure hit the spot right about now. No, Prish, remember, you're about to eat tacos.
I happened to spy a few goblins on the way to the market. I remember them living in the major cities of Vana'diel as well. Of course, there was no shortage of the unscrupulous sort living in the wilds as well. They would gather in droves and give chase to adventurers, forcing anyone and everyone to retreat back to the safety of town. Check the frog robot too. The what? You have a frog robot. Oh, right. Omega.
This is the place, right? I can smell the savory meats already. And you must be on tea. A Gulool Ja recommended we sample your tacos, so we'll have 3 of your finest, please. A Gulool Ja sent you, did he? Take a seat and I'll be right over with a tray of our world-famous fare.
Can we finally eat the tacos? Didn't we eat tacos at the start of the MSQ today? Are you gonna eat it on Are you gonna eat it on camera? We always have an eating on camera scene in every major patch.
Tacos at long last. Oh, how I've waited for this moment.
Close enough.
Mmm. I thought nothing could match the rich flavor of our tacos back home, but the spicy seasoning of this meat is something else.
I want tacos now. Eat as many as you like. Are we just going to watch her eat? Preach is taking the lead, but we won't be outdone, surely. What? Is this a race now? What kind of cooking anime did they pull that reaction from?
Whew, I couldn't eat another bite. Thanks for treating us.
It wasn't me.
It was almost like a taste of home. Vana'diel. Seeing as we still have a little extra time to ourselves, care to hear more about Vana'diel?
Yeah, I also have pictures. I also have a camera.
20 years ago, the land was gripped by a terrible conflict, the Crystal War they called it, and it wasn't long before my home, Vana'diel, was drawn into the struggle. During their assault on the peninsula, the Beastmen launched a weapon so powerful it sundered the land connecting us to the mainland. And those who survived fled to the Vana'diel safehold. It wasn't much, but we were able to piece together a modest living down in those caves.
Nope. Nope.
Sorry, I'm spoiling the mood, aren't I? You're an adventurer too, aren't you? Have any tales of daring you can share with us?
I mean, actually, the adventurer that was saving you.
Traveling to other worlds and saving this one from the very embodiment of despair.
What? Wait, really? You're not just an adventurer, you're a goddamn living legend! Yeah, that's correct. A hero and living legend.
That's me.
Sorry for the wait.
There was much to apprise the Landscout of, as you will know. That Hsar Ja was behind the stolen relics and the sightings of Gulool Ja was understandably difficult for them to hear.
And yet, there are others enticed by the rumors of a strange portal in the woods. I've heard some foolhardy treasure seekers have even gone off looking for it. Uh-oh. A dangerous thought, knowing Hsar Ja could show up at any time with more of those echoes. Which is why I'm going back to Juno to make sure our people stay out of there.
Womp womp. If you're going, then so are we. It beats sitting around waiting.
And that's the story explanation for why they're there and not somewhere else. Wah wah.
Gods, those tacos were bloody brilliant! There's nothing better than good food and good company to pass the time.
Oh, music. Would that we had time to show you more of Tuliyollal, but we can't afford to have anyone wandering about in Juno. Then let us make haste to Vana'diel. Am I going too? Does the Warrior of Light actually have a camera? No, but they can paint you a picture. Some of us can. See, the funny thing is, I would imagine that the next part, like that wherever we end up, will again be the next, like the place where we'll continue this quest next time, like in 2 major patches. So, like, that's what I'm looking for. At some point, they'll send us to somewhere super convenient, and that's where the quest ends. And when you're doing it when it's new, it kind of is like a little weird that it is like that, but it makes perfect sense once you have like 2 or even all 3 parts to go through all at once. Because then it means that when you then finish one quest, the next one is right in front of you. It's the same with the main quest. I'm imagining claiming the lizard's a living legend and she's just in the background drawing a cartoon diagram of how not to die to Fafnir. Yep, that sounds about right. I can only speak for myself, but the idea of running headlong through a mysterious rift to gods know where in search of treasure seems absurd. Thrall has no shortage of legends like this city of gold to inspire would-be treasure seekers. No risk is too great if they believe their dreams can be realized. Efforts better spent on a more honest living, I say. Ha ha ha, walking the noble path like you, brother. In any case, whoever we find in there, we have to get them out, quickly. Hello? Jabral Thief? When I jumped through that rift, I was expecting a dungeon, or maybe a labyrinth, not whatever all this is. And yet you're still here. It's dangerous and I need to leave? Don't make me laugh. Not long ago, I heard someone crowing in the streets about some rare stone they found. Something like that could be worth a fortune. I'm not going anywhere if there's riches just lying around for the taking. Oh, you're just gonna die then. An ancient labyrinth, they say, perhaps. Never seen a city like this in Thrall before. Hello. Dangerous, you say? Perhaps I should hold off on surveying further then. What a shame. I happened upon a rather curious stone I hoped to take with me, but it was stolen by some Vana'diel brute. Without knowing the value of that stone, I can't say it's worth giving chase, but he ran off to the south if you mean to go after them. I'll be leaving now. If it's truly as dangerous as you say, I hope you'll be leaving soon as well. You came looking for some fancy trinkets too. Well, feast your eyes on this. Electrobe. We spoke with anyone who would listen, though a few were too stubborn to heed our warnings. A block of raw electrobe. But how? I take it you're the one that found this? I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave with that stone. It's too dangerous. You expect me to just hand it over? This isn't Tuliholol. You have no authority here. I found it and I'm keeping it. What makes you think this isn't Tuliholol? This is for your own good. Put the stone down and walk away. Or else. Careful, brother. Lay a hand on him and the vow of resolve will never let us hear the end of it. Ah, we're already in our debt as it is. Fine, you've come here to make your fortune, yes? Then let me pay you for it. That would certainly save me the trouble of finding a suitable buyer, but don't expect me to let it go for cheap. We couldn't help but overhear you're selling an artifact found in these ruins. Whatever this gentleman's willing to pay, I assure you I can pay more. Great, just what we needed. What do you suppose we do now? Explaining the circumstances surrounding this place would likely take more time than we can afford. Ah, of course. Why not hold an auction for the stone? An auction? That would certainly simplify matters. It would save you the trouble of bargaining with all interesting parties separately, and incentivizes them to pay you handsomely, lest they'd be outbid. Fine by me, but I'll only be accepting payment in gil. This money will be taking me overseas, where I can finally live the life I've always wanted. Oh yeah? Oh boy. If I may have your opening bids. Can you handle the bidding? We don't have much experience with auctions, but we do have coin you can use. Around 1 million gil saved up from our work with the Landsguard. Hopefully that will be enough. On speaking with the Vana'diel Filcher, the auction will begin. You may also first speak with the other prospective buyers to receive hints regarding their potential bids. Oh, really? Doink. Take it from left to right to left. We have 1 million gil all told, but I'm trusting you won't need to spend all of it. Damn, I wish I had money to join in. Seems like fun. Well, that's nice that they get to the point. Hello. While it's imperative that we recover the electrobe, it wouldn't do to show your hand too early. Better be conservative with your bids, staying just ahead of the competition. I've no time for the back and forth of this bargaining nonsense. All I need is 1 bid to win that stone. That's not very helpful information. Foreign merchants relieved me of my stock a few moons past, and it's a good thing they did. 1,500,000 gil, and I was forced to spend half of it in preparation for this expedition. Okay, so over 750,000. Will you say anything more if I talk with you again? Okay. So what's your offer? Raise your bid, I guess. The auction has begun. Outbid your competitors for the electrope while conserving your capital. Right then, how much will you start with? Do I get options? That's less than... I can only offer 1 million to beat him. But she's only going to try and bid once. Apparently. Supposedly. It's an opening bid. So surely we can go again. 100,000. Is that all? Then I'll start with 400,000 gil. 400,000! I was hoping to keep at least half my savings, but if we have to bid more... well then we say 500,000. A bold move, but I'm willing to bet that's all you have. 560,000 gil. Half my savings gone. Surely they're close to conceding, right? I mean, I could help, man. I have 50 million. Well, I mean, we can just keep saying the lowest number as long as the game doesn't suddenly close the bids on us, right? 600,000 then. 600,000? How's anyone meant to compete with that? Well, one person can. One out of the running. Good. Then I'll bid 700,000. Yeah, only one left, but I don't think he'll give up without fight. Well, good that you're happy that all your money's going away. 710,000. I find it really weird that I can't just outbid him on the dot. Shit. Well, I've come too far to back down now. 720,000. Don't swear, man. Raising their bid by such a narrow margin? Someone's reached their limit. We did the same. 730,000 then. Objection! Finally, it's over. You have a knack for business dealings, Caetsu. Maybe you were a merchant in another life. Nope. This looks to be all of it. The stone is yours. Objection! I present this drawing of him as a soy Wojak. I win. Well done, friend. Now let's have a look at that electrope. Ilana says, so I thought he had 750,000 gil. Why did he stop? Ilana, that's all the money he has. As in all of his possessions. He doesn't have anything to sell right now. So if he buys this for 750,000, hypothetically, and then it isn't worth 750,000, or maybe it's worthless, then he has a problem. So he's saving a bit, to be sure. So I'm guessing that's the reason. Although I was thinking the same initially, that surely that's what it means, that he will spend all of it. Yeah, this presence, it feels familiar. The Shadow Lord. There's no mistaking that deep and bitter malice. This stone must have served as the heart of the Shadow Lord's echo. He was a being of pure hatred, responsible for bringing about the Crystal War. I was part of the company that would eventually bring his reign of terror to an end. You helped defeat the Shadow Lord?
Meaning Hsar must have been there with her, but I don't remember ever hearing about that.
In any case, I will hold on to the electrobe. We should hurry back and speak with the Lance Guard. Excuse me, but were you speaking of the Shadow Lord just now? If there's more you wish to know, perhaps I can be of help. I've heard a great many tales of the fiend for the bards who frequent the taverns here in Juneau. I've been waiting over yonder near the fountain for my companions to arrive, but you're welcome to speak with me until they do. Bad news about that, buddy. A most welcome offer, though there is much to be said for our first-hand encounter with the Echo in question.
Perhaps we can revisit these tales another time, after we've made certain no more treasure hunters can readily gain entry.
Let's return to Tuliolal and speak with the Lance Guard. Caetsu, come and meet us at Bright Plume Post. If I remember correctly, the most annoying part of getting this chest piece is that it requires an item from Coils of Bahamut. Wait, that's not a quest, is it? Oh, there you are. If you have any burning questions about this place or anything else in Vana'diel, I should be happy to answer them. Tell me about yourself. Me? I'm no adventurer of any particular renown, if that's what you were expecting. Just a man come from Bastok, looking to see more of the world. While I lag in fame, I make up for with the strength of numbers. I've no shortage of friends willing to accompany me in pursuit of riches, should I reach out by a link pearl. The armor I wear is proof of our accomplishments, salvaged from the depths of the Al-Zadal undersea ruins. Al-Zadal, you say? That said, I treasure my time with them more than any trinket or bauble we've unearthed on our travels together. You understand, surely? Fafnir. It should be relatively easy, either alone or with one friend, really, if you unsync it. Level 80 might be hard for some of them, but it should be possible from my memory. The great dragon that slumbers in the depths of the Boyadi tree? Yes, I know of it, as does anyone who would dare venture into Zitar. Stories of a great hero who did battle with the dragon, their harrowing encounter concluding the strike at its heart with the fabled blade Vana'diel, if only they hadn't missed their mark. The blade is said to remain nestled in the beast's bosom even to this day. To survive such a blow and live for all these years bespeaks a strength I struggle to imagine. And yet the tales of his might have not deterred the brave and foolhardy from venturing in the tree. Hopeful they can slay Fafnir and claim its spoils. Few have reached the dragon's area and lived to tell the tale. Is that actually true? Archangels. I've heard stories of the 5 warriors clad in black. Of the fates. If the fates are kind, I will never have the poor fortune to cross paths with them. They were not born, but forged from crystal, assuming the legends are true. The dawn goddess Altana wept 5 tears that gave birth to the 5 races. Whom Elvan, Tarotaru, Mithra, and Galka. The archangels are said to be the embodiment of their sins. Oh. Apathy, arrogance, cowardice, envy, rage. The darkness that lurks within us all. No one is certain why they were created. The prevailing theory is they served as guardians of some ancient paradise. The great darkness of the Northlands, hatred made manifest. There's not a soul in all of Vana'diel who doesn't know of the Shadow Lord. His sole desire was to bring about the extinction of Altana's children. And so, he rallied together the Beastmen, inciting what came to be known as the Crystal War. The Beastmen's assault was merciless, and was not long before Bastok, Sandoria, and Windurst were brought to their knees. It was only after Archduke Lanaut convinced them to join forces with the Grand Duchy of Juno, that they gained the momentum needed to push back. United as the Alliance of Altana, they would eventually drive the Beastmen back from their lands, and soon found themselves going on the offensive in Xasabad. The Alliance proved victorious in the end, but not without a great many sacrifices. Peace had been restored to Vana'diel, for a time at least. The Shadow Lord was somehow resurrected 20 years later, but thankfully he was slain before the Beastmen could be emboldened to take arms a second time. There's much speculation as to his origins. Most believe he was once a Gulka, if you can believe it. He was betrayed by one of his companions, mortally wounded and left to die. A dear friend of his was also said to have been cut down in the altercation. He succumbed to his wounds, but his rage and despair would remain, giving life to the Shadow Lord. If what you say is true and he has returned once more, perhaps the flames of his hatred can never truly be extinguished. Oh. Great. Those Archangels will get a massive power up from Limsa. Oh man. Oh dear. This looks like a very convenient time to end this quest, doesn't it? At this place in Tuliholal? Once again, we're left with nothing but time on our hands until Gulool Ja shows himself. I suppose there's no shortage of work to be done if we ask the Landsguard. You may be better served exploring Tyrol, familiarizing yourself with the land. It wouldn't do to find yourself lost when you're needed most. An honest-to-God's adventure! What a great idea! You're coming with me, Hsar, and don't you dare say you're not interested. Any self-respecting adventure would jump at a chance like this. I'll not deny the suggestion piques my interest. We warn you now, though. The wilds of Tyrol are rife with danger. It is no place for the unprepared. I welcome the challenge. Ha ha! I can hardly count the number of times Vana'diel's been visited by some world-ending calamity, but no matter how dire things may have seemed, we always found a way through, together. This will be no different, I'm sure of it. There's nothing we can't do so long as we have each other. A band of adventurers barely met, united in the face of great peril. Just like old times. Are adventurers always so sentimental? Is that so terrible a thing? Ah, here he is. The moment we learn anything about Gulool Ja's movements, I've asked him to contact you. Cha-cha! Okay, soldier, your mission is to stay here for 6 months, doing nothing. Meanwhile, in the Echo of Tulia, doing nothing until we have news for the Warrior of Light. It will actually be 8 months if the patch cycle is to be believed. Which isn't better. Yeah,
Soon we'll slaughter them all. Is that not so, Gulool Ja? Soon, my Dawn servant, very soon. Then there shall be none to stop you from taking your rightful place on the throne. Yeah. How fortunate for me he lacks the wisdom of the true Dawn servant. But if he will be made fit to rule, I must choose from the echoes carefully. The Shadow Lord showed promise, but Vana'diel is a land of rich history. I needn't settle for those who are but a blink of an eye in the annals of history. With the strength of the ancients, I'll bring Tural, no, the whole world, to its knees.
Ja. And yeah, if this was 7.3, we would have been like, all right, and there was this was enough time. We can talk with him now. Like, they basically set it up so that it's finished like this, so that it continues naturally like that. Even though it's kind of weird. This guy's just here now. He has the easiest job of all the Landsguard. I hope he's getting paid, but hopefully Gulool Ja is getting paid better. Although, imagine for a second, just for the fun of it, imagine if you could actually use your own money in that auction. Or worse, that you had to. Oh yeah, the second Alliance raid in Dawntrail. Well, it costs about 730,000 gil to access it. The sad part there is that that would be a pretty effective way to get rid of some gil in the game. The sad part is that a large amount of players don't have that much gil. Whereas a small amount of players have a ridiculous amount of gil, like actually ludicrous amounts. And this wouldn't solve that. Like, that's the reason why many of the real, like, big smackers in terms of, like, gil sinks are things like expensive mounts, housing, and whatnot. Because it's something that your average player that might not have the money for it will just be like, guess I'll just not have it. Whereas the people with a lot of money will be like, I mean, I can afford it. And then they'll just buy it. So that's the way it usually works. But it is worth pointing out that there are players with money cap, and the gil cap is 999,999,999. And there are players with maximum retainers, as in they've paid extra subscription for extra retainers. And they have 999,999,999 gil on each of them and themselves, like to the point where they're like, they would actually not be able to buy anything, or rather sell anything, because they don't have space for any more money. What are you going to do now? I don't know. We've actually been going for quite a while. So we're probably just going to wind down a bit and then say that was that. There are also, like, there's the new Extreme and there's the there's the Unreal encounter to experience. But I don't know if that's something I'll do on this specific stream. What do you mean about that? What do you mean by that, Yannick? Is there a way to set up a macro to only turn on auto attack but won't go off when you spam the button? Can you access... Can you access confirm with a macro? Because that would be the way that you would do it. Just have a macro that says confirm. Just that. It would target the nearest target, which looks like, well, it would only work if you don't have any menus open, so like that's also a potential problem. But that would be a way you could do it. Aside from that, the only way you can do it is like right-click the enemy. Which is exactly the reason why I right-click the enemy. If that's what you mean, Yannick. Oh, something that might be helpful for those that need it. This is where you spend your coins. And they are of course spent on glaze and twine. You need this gear. Upgrades into this gear. Notably, you cannot buy solvent, so you will not be able to upgrade the weapons. Let's see. There should be one more thing. Guess it's over there. Yep, I think so. Maybe. What are you? To upgrade crafted gear, you need this. Everkeep Rain. And then you need to hand in items to get tokens. Notably, they will give, if it's a high quality item you're handing in, you're going to get exactly the amount of tokens you need for that item in an upgraded form. But you don't have to hand in that item, so if you can find a really cheap crafted item and just mass craft that and hand that in en masse as high quality, you can then buy gear with it. Make sure you don't ever click the normal quality option unless you're intentionally handing in a normal quality item, because they will take that high quality item and only pay you normal quality reward for it, and it's just not worth it. Another thing to keep in mind is to make sure you have the rain you need before you hand in an item, so you don't end up with no helmet or no weapon and whatnot. But that's pretty much how that works. The fact that, so as a casual player, as I said, you will not be able to upgrade these weapons at present. So 720 is the peak for your weapons. You can get 730 of everything else, 1 per week with the Alliance raid. But in terms of weapons, if you're not doing extremes or anything, this is the peak. This is as good as it gets. So it would be a good idea to invest in that. For alternative jobs, like if it's not your main, you can also do that, because it's going to be really, 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 really tedious and expensive to get all of the like weapons at 730 or above. even as a Savage Raider. However, if you are raiding enough to do extremes, the new extreme drops 725 weapons. Which means that if you're at least in the business of doing extremes, you can get those. And if you can get those, then you might not actually have very much reason to buy the crafted weapons. Unless, of course, the stats on the 725 weapons suck. But I think we can get an answer to that. The classic. Tanks have crit determination, DPS have crit determination, except Ghost Black Mage, they have determination and spell speed, that's fine. And then there's also some of them that have direct hit instead, but they all have crit. And then the healers have crit piety. Womp womp. Also, it appears that we cannot yet buy the first 2 extreme mounts. It'll be probably one more major patch before that. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. And yes, really, and the music that plays here is the music that I use in my videos. Starless Skyline. Heh, and Shaq already guessed it as well. Oh yeah, Kinbo, I actually started the stream with that, because Vana'diel spotted it. The, obviously the best part is that you can now do, let's see, this. And it's like, it's one of the special emotes that keep going. So you can just stand somewhere and water forever. And there's also more glasses to be had. Watering the tiles, yep. Oh right, there's also the free Fantasia. Where was that again? Was that also in Gridania? Same place. I didn't even see it. The same place. It's not even it's not even marked. That's I guess they just assumed that when you go there you'd be like, "Oh, that guy, let's check." What's this? You're able to see me. That's amazing, Kubo. That we should thus meet can surely be no coincidence. And so, to mark this fateful occasion, I shall make you a gift of a magical potion. Fantasia, it's called. And legend holds that it allows you to alter your appearance. May it serve you well, Kubo. Wow. You know, what's really funny is that when they gave out a free Fantasia for the launch of Dawntrail, there was like a proper quest behind it. Here, it's just, take it. It is a little surprising that it wasn't even marked on my map. This one is only temporarily available. That's true. So it would be a little crazy to like make a whole story quest about it, just to throw it out. Also, that means that so far the game hands out 3 free Fantasias. Completely free. Ain't that something? Who'd get that? Moogle gave it to me. But that is funny. Mm. 3 free Fantasians, I've used 2 of them. Well, I've not used none of them. I'm pretty sure, I think Small Kai actually, well, Small Kai only has 1. But she has the one from Dawntrail available to get. I don't think they're tradable, really. In. That's also a thing. Speaking of the coins, to get the upgrade materials for the tome gear, you can also trade them, trade yourself to get some for sacks of nuts. So hunts are a way to like get more upgrades. There's also other stuff you can get for the sacks of nuts, so like you might not actually want to buy those upgrades that are not permanently forever good. Whereas the various unlocks like mounts and stuff are one-time purchases. The gear will eventually no longer be helpful. But, yeah, we did all the things. All the story things. An Ul'dan soldier. It's also been a long stream, to be fair. Although I'm pretty sure, I feel like most of the time these one major patch streams tend to be shorter, sort of. Although on the other hand, I usually split them up, I think. I was in a very, very mild hurry because I had a specific a specific deadline. But then again, on the one hand, it might have made sense to split them up. On the other hand, the Alliance Raid stuff had some MSQ spoilers in it, so them being combined isn't that big of a deal. And it's late enough in the MSQ that, I mean, you might not notice if you're not paying close attention, but you'd probably had to have completed the MSQ anyway for the Alliance Raid to not have any spoilers. Oh yeah, there's also a Pandemonium follow-up quest, that's true. I think we could do that. Where is it that is again? An old Charlian. Wow. Let's go there then. Alright, Yureen. Enjoy your evening. I'm guessing it's this. Present from the present. Oh, you must be Caetsu. Why, you look exactly as Professor Claudian described. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm the professor's new assistant, you see. His stories of your foray into Pandemonium have been an endless well of knowledge and entertainment. In fact, there is a small matter that has arisen with regards to the facility that he wishes to discuss with you, thus my seeking you out. He asks that you stop by Aporia at your earliest convenience. Caetsu, you are ever a sight for sore eyes. I trust you've been well since last we spoke? Good, good. Now, as much as I'd like to reminisce, it will serve us both better if I cut to the quick. I asked you here to discuss a matter concerning Ericthonius, whom I'm sure you remember. I certainly do, for his memories reside within me still. Every so often my mind's eye glimpses the grim spectacle of the final days, though there are also visions of a simpler time. In one, I saw water under siege by colleagues. They demanded to know why a tiny Ericthonius was running amok in the halls of Pandemonium. Upon hearing that the mammoth was created out of profound admiration, my past self gave only a rueful smile. And Themis would have been a far superior choice of subject. Alas, I suppose you've never seen the man. An inadvertently revealing deflection, we believe, as Themis' duties as emissary kept him away from Pandemonium. Ericthonius doubtless grew to miss his dear friend. And we know what Themis looked like, so we thought, why not make a mammoth here and send it as a gift? We employed a local artisan to take care of the first step. The resulting work is masterful indeed. Ah! I cast hand! Since you're the only one among us who can return to Pandemonium, might I ask you to deliver this to Ericthonius? You don't think he'd want a doll that looks like me too? You can count on it. Thank you, Caetsu. I suspect he will be overjoyed. As I've recalled more of his memories, I've noticed that Ericthonius seldom expressed his own desires. Perhaps it was an unspoken rule in the society of the ancients. Nonetheless, I would very much like to do something for him. A small kindness is the least we owe him. Lizard plushie. I imagine you can still reach Pandemonium from the Neos and Elpis. Once there, the keywords will surely assist you in tracking him down. It is pretty funny. By some random miracle, exactly the week before the Alliance raid came in to like supply with one free twine or glaze every week, our Savage raid team has finally finished collecting all the twines and glazes that we need. So it's just all alt options, just secondary jobs all the way down. mean, that's pretty nice. In previous raid tiers back in Endwalker, I would typically use all of the twines and glazes on, like, my primary job. And then by the time I had geared one roll, like, there wouldn't be that much time to gear another one before the next raid tier came out anyway. So just, like, choose specific pieces, like actual best in slot pieces for specific roles, and never fill out one completely. Are you returned to us so soon, Caetsu? Not as a mess, I hope. And this gift is for Erixonius, you say? A man much in demand of late? People expect great things of him now, greater than he's prepared for, by his estimation. Thus is he at this very moment studying at the words of La Habrea. Under his father's tutelage, he hopes to gain further mastery over the creations here, that he might one day become keyword himself. Oh. Although, Master La Habrea's harsh methods have more than once driven him to the verge of surrender, his determination to prove himself always drags him back from the brink. That sounds like Erixonius, alright. Indeed, and while I'm certain he would enjoy seeing you, I wonder if he would rather the reunion occur after he has come into his own. That said, I understand why you wish to be there when he sees your little Themis simulacrum. Would that I could witness his reaction myself. Who dis? Keyword Hegemony. We've received word from Erixonius. He says he'll soon be returning. His message is well received. Yes, I see in this a tidy solution. When he arrives, can you tell him to attend me here? Say that there is something I would show him. I want you to choose a suitably dark place from which to eavesdrop on our conversation. When the moment is right, send the puppet this way. Thus shall we both be privy to his reaction, even as you remain undetected. While such subterfuge would usually fall outside my duties as keyword, rest assured I'm happy to help. Whee! I wonder what is with those portal gate things. I see that Master La Habrea has not softened. You've done well to endure his methods. Sometimes I feel he's become even more difficult. Well, were I not recently made privy to his true nature, I would have abandoned hope within moments. Such is his way of nurturing your talents, I suppose. I know, he still aggravates me, but I have come to see that even our quarrels are a means to know him better, as a father and one of the 14 both. Ah, yes. I called you here because I had something to show you. Themis, why are you so small? Ah. Another puppet, I see. But who managed to render such a striking likeness? They asked me not to divulge their identity. I can say only that they have your best interests at heart. How curious. And to think such a gift would arrive so soon after I met with the man himself. I happened to run into him at the words of La Habrea. It was my first time speaking with him in his capacity as Elidibus, but he was friendly as ever. He told me of yet more beleaguered plans from the words of Halmarut, which had escaped and taken root in a region designated for Lockrift creations, making proper assessment quite impossible. Themis was called upon to judge whether to switch testing grounds for convenience or uproot the unwelcome creations. So soon after returning from Pandemonium, he said he finds such minor squabbles a welcome change. And of course, we spoke of Caetsu. Naturally, perhaps we can ask your admirer to make a likeness of her as well. As much as I would like that. Oh, he actually did want that! I don't believe it would suit her. Unlike Themis and I, Caetsu isn't bound to her own small domain. I think she rather belongs to the entire star. To keep her, or even an imitation, confined here would feel wrong. Caetsu and Themis are both dear friends, and I need no tangible proof to be certain of our bond. Though I admit that it will be nice to have a reminder of at least one of them around. I'm glad to hear it. Now, I believe you have duties to return to. If you wouldn't mind fetching those reports from Peripeteia on the new creations sent from Elpis. Gladly, keyword hegemony, and little Themis here will come with me. I cast hand! Yes! Why was it he couldn't see us again? That turned out well, wouldn't you say? Erixonius has a new companion, and you were able to witness his joy at meeting him. Each and every warder here owes you a great debt. I hope that charming charade helped repay mine in some small way. I must attend to my own work, but I wish you all the best. Whether or not we meet again, fare thee well, Caetsu. The blinding Pengama. No, the reason, like, what I ask is more, was there a reason why we couldn't just hand it to him ourselves? And yeah, what I think what Yannick means is that a traditional good dragon fight, you know, frontal cleave, like don't be in front of the dragon, it breathes fire, don't be behind, it swipes with its tail, that kind of stuff. Nidhogg doesn't really do that, not in the same way. Like, yeah, he does breathe fire occasionally, but you spend a very large amount of the fight not fighting the dragon. So I think that might be it. There's also the part that he's actually casting magic here and there, whereas Fafnir, for the most part, just breathes fire and blows wind with his wings and things like that. There you are, Caetsu. Judging by the grin on your face, I trust the mammoth is safely in Erixonius' hands. I knew we could count on you. May that doll provide him some small reprieve from the stresses of his station. Speaking of which, I know you had to pull yourself from your own adventures to take care of this little errand, so I don't intend to let you go unrewarded. That's why we commissioned two mammoths from the start. I dare say Themis will be delighted to travel a whole new era by your side. I think, really, and it's more case of, in MMORPG standards, dragons as a boss is like... Exactly, like, it's a little different. Fafnir tries to trap you with his abilities and kind of feels kind of as if he's swatting flies. That kind of tracks, I feel. One more story done. And yet, that's an awkward thing with story quests in Final Fantasy XIV, is that unless you're actively doing it yourself or you manage to do it before me, I feel like there's a lot of people that are like, well, then I can't watch. So it feels a little bit like it's a bit like it ends up excluding people indirectly. It's a little hard. That's also why we don't do as much small Kai stuff, because doing the MSQ there means that those that haven't finished it are just like, well, I can't watch, and those that already did it will be like, oh, I already saw it. Unless you're me and you forget stuff frequently. You see, the thing is, Marcus, the key is that I could just do a stream on something that doesn't exclude anyone. Or doesn't exclude nearly as many. That's part of the reason. Anyway, this is also just a case of I would do all these things anyway. So we just do it together, right? Anyway. That was a long stream. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it does help me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. It tells the algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there is a link right there in the chat. There you will find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. And you'll also find the announcement room where you'll see links to videos and streams when they come out. And you will also be able to, if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I do post a stream or a video up. And you'll get an extra one about 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so that I can focus on doing stuff like this for all of you, and with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But I think that'll be it from me. I know it means that those that usually watch from like 5 to 8 GMT plus 1 are like, well, that was a short stream. But this was a long stream for me. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!